Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hello, we are live. Welcome, 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 welcome. Hello, everyone. Hello. Finally back on YouTube. I'm on YouTube anyway. What you talking about, boy? What you talking about, boy? I haven't got my mic on at the minute. Bear with me. I need to get set up. I'm just working away in my little hole. So it's a bit of a mess from when I was on the phone to Joey. Yeah, so I was on the phone to Joey Does Tech earlier, trying to help him fix a console. And yeah, it's a mess in here. It's a mess. Where has my clip to my microphone gone? I don't know. So, Jesus, that was a lot of chats pretty quickly. Welcome, everyone. How are we all doing? How are we all doing? We should be live on Twitch and YouTube. So we've got Jason. Welcome, buddy. Hope you're feeling better, mate. Dennis, Keith, Mr. J, Joseph, Travis, Dan, Andrew, the other Jason. Do you have a best? Nope. Sheridan, Dan. Did I say hello to Dan? No. Hello, Dan. Ryan, welcome, buddy. I'm good, mate, thanks, yeah. Joseph is lurking. You everywhere, yeah. Morley, welcome. Lee, welcome, buddy. DJ Ray, hello, mate. Welcome. I've got someone working on the intro music right now to the challenge. To the challenge. So I've just been working away, but I've got a PS5 to do in a minute. Scott, welcome. Walter, welcome, mate. Yeah, I'll get my mic hooked up in a minute, guys and girls. I'm sure there'll be a girl or two. Actually, funnily, a couple of my last videos have been 100% male audience, which is kind of odd. I usually get around about 5% female. I've lost the clip to my mic, and I can't tape it to my chest because the battery's dead on my microphone. Steve, welcome, mate. Drachi, welcome. Drachev, sorry for butchering your name. I'll butcher names. It's normal. I've lost the clip to my mic. It was on my desk. Oh, I know it was on my desk because I put it there. Right. These are all in the way. Look at this. This is ridiculous. Check this out. This is fucking ridiculous. Absolutely redonkulous. Zip tie. These are like, they're just everywhere, man. Absolutely everywhere. Any more? Ah! There's my clip. Chilling on a Sunday afternoon doing laundry. Nice. Right, let's get rid of them donor boards. Better be chilled than putting hair out. Oh yeah. Yeah, so I thought I'd fire up a stream. Just because I'm just working away. Are they all dead? Yeah. They're all donors, mate. Actually, no. There's a few that work there. There's about 4 that work, sorry. In my pile. I've got them all over. I'm literally all over my desk. Probably got about 16 or 17 boards. Good vibes, yes. You're short of a few there. Right, so I was just working. Well, not just. I've just eaten. But I've been working away on this Xbox One S board. This is done. I just need to change the thermal paste on this and put it back together, and then it's good to go. I wish I'd have filmed this one because it was supposed to be just a simple HDMI issue, and it turned out to be HDMI encoder, and ESD filter, ESD IC. I wish I'd have filmed it, but sorry, my bad. My bad. Fanny's dirty, it is. It is. Bonjour, Michael. Hello. I'd be embarrassed to show on my desk. Oh, mate, you ain't seen mine. Mine's ridiculous. Yeah, so I've just got to put this through the cleaning now. I didn't actually remove the fan. A little secret, I don't actually remove the heatsink to change the encoder. I don't even take it out of the board half the time. I leave the heatsink on while I'm doing the encoder. I do take it off, but not until after I'm done. But I do the encoder inside the housing. On the 1S at least. Man, that's in there good. What's up, Mikey? Hello, Sarah. Sarah's watching through Twitch. Yeah, I'll sort the autofocus out in a minute, mate. I'm going to be having a new camera soon. I'm treating myself to a new camera. And I think everybody knows which one I'm buying. Ow. I think everybody knows which one I'm going to be buying. Right, I'll sort the cameras out now. See, to do the camera, I have to literally... Hang on. I'm not encoding a video, I'm just splitting live stream videos from Twitch from last night. Yeah, to do the camera, I have to log into the Logitech camera control and then do it through this. And I swear to God, no word of a lie, autofocus is off. Watch this. Autofocus is off. But every single time I restart OBS, I have to literally turn autofocus on, turn it back off, and then adjust it. It's so annoying. It is so annoying. It really is. But yeah, never mind. But yeah, autofocus is actually turned off. When I restart OBS, it's genuinely turned off. But yeah, this board is super dirty. I think I might get a thermal camera next month. Any suggestions? It depends. You don't film, do you, mate? If you don't film, I'd recommend, for the price, I'd recommend getting the Flare one, or Flare as they call it in America. But yeah, damn, this board's dusty. Yeah, for the price, I'd say just get a Flare. You can get one for iOS or Android. Alberta, Canada. Nice, welcome, Prey Fox. I used to watch a streamer from Alberta. A guy called Jamie Staples. He's a good guy. He moved to the UK for a little while. Played poker with him a few times. Not in person, just online. He's a pretty big streamer though. Alberta, Canada is quite a nice city, in my opinion. But then again, I live in the UK, so yeah, there we go. How's it going, Andy? Newbie, welcome, buddy. Right. Oh shit, that's one thing I forgot. I forgot the screws to the PS5. Damn it. Yeah, I wouldn't mind living in Canada.
Yeah, so I've just got to finish up this Xbox, but I thought I'd just fire the stream up and chat to you guys for a little while. I wish I'd have filmed this one, to be honest. I do wish I'd have filmed it. But no. Like a douche, I didn't hit record. Have you ever fixed a GPU? I fixed a few, mate, yeah, but not recently. I had a look at one a couple of weeks ago. Well, last week I think it was. But I couldn't fix that one. I'm waiting for some parts to come through. Oh, a little tip, by the way. I was having a look at... I was having a look underneath the shield on a Nintendo Switch the other day. And, well, suffice to say, I accidentally knocked one of the capacitors off the CPU, directly off the top of the CPU. One capacitor is enough to kill that board when it's on the CPU. One tiny capacitor. I managed to fix it, obviously. I just soldered a replacement capacitor on, but yeah, one capacitor is enough. That needs every single cap around that CPU. It's crazy. Right, so I'm just cleaning this up, get the board nice and clean, and then I'm going to put it back together. This has had a HDMI port, HDMI chip, and an ESD filter. Just fixed a £20 PS4, stuck new 2TB hard drive and works fine now, donating it to your mate. Nice, mate. You said that the other day. Fair play for that, mate. I think you're crazy putting a 2TB in for him, though. 1TB's enough for most people. I wouldn't put a 2TB in if I was giving it away. They're expensive. I might sell a couple of my PS4s, to be honest, towards the new camera. Just try and offset the cost a little bit. Because the camera's like 600 quid. So I might sell a couple of PS4s just to offset the cost. I've got an interesting one to do in a bit, but right, I ain't going to get this completely clean. I ain't going to worry too much. Bit better than he was last night. He did alright. Yeah, so I might be selling a couple of PS4s soon, if anyone might want one. The camera costs 600 quid, so I want to try and offset a little bit of the cost. I'll be buying it on the 24th, so I've got to make a decision on what I do before then. Yeah, that shed looks great, mate. That shed looks great. Just so much for so it's worth the money. I mean, if you feel like you want to show me some appreciation, then fair play to you, mate. Fair play to you. Yeah, I've got an interesting one to do later. It's going to be an Xbox One S board. I've got to message the guy first and let him know that I'm going live on it. But someone sent me an Xbox One S board. He said he's done a few things to it, but he couldn't get it going. So he's basically said if I can fix it, I can keep it. And yeah, I'll build it up into a console. Right. I don't actually know where my paintbrush is. To be able to clean this. I'll just do it with a toothbrush, it's fine. You can at least buy power supplies for them now. For what, mate? Yes, this is gonna make my my toothbrush filthy. I might do it with a cloth actually, rather than do it with a toothbrush. Right, let me put my mic back on actually. So once my Once my mics charge up enough to last a couple of hours, I'll stick them on. I don't like being tethered. Greatly enjoy my PS5, Xbox One not so much. I prefer the Xbox, to be honest. I'm yet to play my own Nintendo Switch. My bloody sister's got it. She's had it for 2 weeks. Since I fixed the orange screen of death, the day after that I gave it to my sister. Well, lent it to my sister, should I say. Well, actually my sister's boyfriend, not my sister. Should put some photos of the shed on Discord. Yeah, you should, mate, actually. Show off your pre-built shed building skills. I can't talk, this was pre-built. This used to be a pigeon shed. Genuinely, I'm not even joking. I think that's clean enough, don't you? I'm not gonna fret anymore over it. Trying to ban who, mate? I'm missing half the conversation because I'm like doing this and trying to read chat at the same time. I can ban you if you want banning. Nah, no, you weren't talking about that. Right. Okay, let's get some thermal pasta on this. Oh, we put it in show off your work. Nice. Just a heads up as well, guys and girls. I'm going to be doing a collaboration with Joey Does Tech very soon. I've sent him an Xbox One original for free. So I gave him an Xbox One original. Don't know anything about it. I was gifted it by a viewer. Well, I was actually gifted 4 by a viewer. One of them was the cat piece one. Another one was just a HDMI port, and then 2 of them I've just kept behind, and I've kept one, and I've gave Joey Does Tech one. And we're going to be doing a challenge, like to see if either of us can fix them. I chose the worst looking one out of the 2. I sent Joey the best looking one out of the 2, just to be nice. So, exclamation point Joey in the live chat will, well, for YouTube at least, we'll give a Joey Does Tech link. So if you want to watch his part of that video when it comes out, it should be in about a week and a half. That would be pretty awesome. Is that not showing up with Joey Does Tech's channel? Yoshiko, thank you for the channel member, mate. I appreciate that. Sorry, that didn't show up in my chat. I don't know why. That didn't show up in my chat, but thank you for the channel membership, mate. I appreciate that. Genuinely. Thank you, buddy. I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge you sooner there, mate. I really am. Right, I got dust in my eye. Damn it. Fucking asshole. So I'm focused on a different chat to what you guys are seeing. So you guys are either seeing whatever's on Twitch or whatever's on YouTube, but I've got them both on one chat. And the channel member didn't show up. I'm not sure why. But no, thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Right. There's shit in my eye. Damn it. Ah. It's is that coming across? It's gone red. Well, I guess I better stop rubbing it, but I can't because it hurts. Why is Joey's channel not showing up? Did I set the tag wrong? Or did I even add a tag, or did I just set it as Autobot? Damn it. Let's get Joey to I'll tell you what, let's get Joey to 3,000 members, to 3,000 subscribers today. He's on 2,920 somewhat odd, so he doesn't need much. Let's get Joey to 3,000 by the end of the night. I'm sure we can all do that. I saw a big pile of shite. That's not nice. I'm definitely red. Cheers, DJ Ray. Thanks, mate. Have you ever known me to be nice? No. That is very true. That's very, very true, mate. Right, well, I'm going to use this screwdriver because this one don't hurt my hands as much. No, I'm welcome. Thank you, Walter. Nah, my eye will be fine. I'll put some water in it in a minute. Thank you, Mr. J. Be awesome to get him over 3k. He's doing really well, actually. There's a lot of channels in the YouTube live chat that spam every 5 minutes or so. I'm sure those guys would highly appreciate it if you check them out as well. Right, so this does work, by the way, now. To find all of the different channels that I like to shill, you can always type in !! commands, and that should give you a list of commands to find other channels. I think I'm sub to them all. Live on YouTube. Yeah, I'm me, mate. Actually, I've been watching a lot of Netflix lately. I'll tell you one series I have been enjoying. SWAT on Netflix. Really good series, SWATties. It pissed me off though because in the UK, Series 3 of SWAT wasn't available, but it was in the US. And it only just come available like a couple of days ago. But I was in a rhythm of a binge watch on that series. Or rather on that programme. Like all of the series. I watched all two series. I watched the two series what was available and I was like, hang on a minute. There's meant to be another two. Oh yeah, Wayne's new repair. Yeah, Wayne's nearly at 500. So if you're not subscribed to Wayne, I'm sure he'd appreciate it if we could get him closer to 500. How many are you on, Wayne? Exactly. Fix an Xbox 360 red ring. Nice. I should have a go at one of them myself. Just watch Kate, it was pretty good. What's it about, mate? I like to binge watch on Netflix. Cheers, Keith. Smash the thumbs up button. Smash the dislike button if you want. It all helps, believe it or not. Even the dislike button helps. Stuff like iZombie. I'm not really that keen on zombie movies. I need someone to cuddle up and hold on to when I'm watching a horror. Nah, I just don't like. I'm not the type who enjoys like far-fetched movies. You know, stuff with really far-fetched plot lines. I like horrors, like serial killer type shit, but I don't like really far-fetched stuff like zombie stuff because it's just I know it's never going to happen. Well, it could technically, but no, in our lifetime. Debbie Does Dallas. 2 girls, 1 cup. Yeah, you'll have to ignore me while I'm just putting this console back together, by the way. Just up to Wayne's new repair. Thanks, mate. That's what the cat's for. Jason will always be there for you. Yeah, but Jason ain't been the same since he took Freddie. I think Freddie's been telling him some home truths. Jason don't seem to love me anymore. Can I get on this flip challenge? Just got 3 Xbox One 500 gig, £20 each. No, you can't, because you stole my fucking name. Find it, fix it, Philip. It stole my name. What's Stockholm Syndrome, mate? Thank you, James. Cheers, mate. Wayne, did you say exactly how many you had? I missed it if you did. We ignore you all the time. Yeah, that's why I've only just replied to you. Ha! Is this a PS5 with trace damage? It will be in 5 minutes, mate, when I've done this. I just need to put this back together. So this is done, it's working, it's just, I just haven't had a chance to put it back together. That's my name, not yours. No. I'd love to know where people are getting £20 consoles. No, it's not your name. It's not your name, because your name used to be Philip Samuels on YouTube. It was Philip Samuels on YouTube, and then you changed it to Find It, Fix It, Flip It, but it was after I announced that I was planning on doing a Find It, Fix It, Flip It challenge. So you stole my name. Let's have a look at that Stockholm Syndrome. Condition in which hostage develops a psychological bond with their captor. Ah, okay, yeah, I got ya. Yeah. Sorry, it's not a term I'm familiar with, because when I was held hostage, that term worn around. I was only about 2 weeks old, and now I call them Mama and Papa. I'm joking. It was last week. Yeah, so I will be getting to that PS5 trace repair in a minute. Just literally got a few more screws to put back in this. But I've got to get it put back together so I can sign it off as done. Oh, you tit! Screwed the fucking hard drive down, ain't I? Screw the hard drive down, Phil. It'll save you time. I know I got flux all over my table as well. That's normal. Do 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 do. Screw the hard drive down, Phil. You don't need to get under the hard drive to put the connector in, Phil. Oh dear. I always do that. I screw that hard drive down before I put the disk drive in, and then I have to unscrew it like a dick. You'd think after working on how many of these consoles I'd know by now, but no. Phil don't want to listen. Still, never mind. Right, where did my little retention clip go? Come on, retention clip, I know you fell out. There it is, right in front of my face. So I was going to load my camera view back up so I can actually see what I'm doing. I still screw the hard drive down. Have I ripped any connectors off tonight? Not yet, mate, no. Cheers, Say. Thanks, mate. Do you use NTSC stuff in the UK? It's PAL, I think. Which Xbox you fixed up? Do you mean me? I might have an Xbox for sale soon, mate. Maybe. Maybe, baby. But you ain't having my blue case. Nope. It's an Xbox One S, but you ain't having my blue case. That ain't happening. Nope. I'm not getting rid of that. See how much more dust I can get in my face. Oh, me. Samuels. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's PAL. Digimods, yeah. It's NTSC in America, I think. I am paying attention to Twitch, by the way. My name's not Louis Rossman. Flux now singing yes. Oh, a broken one you can't be asked to fix. Oh, there's no such thing as can't be asked to fix it. What camera are you looking at? Is it HDMI? It's going to be the Sony ZV-1. It has got HDMI, yeah. So the cameras I've got at the minute, they are Logitech Brio 4K. I can actually unscrew one and show you. I don't really use my face cam that often. So these are the cameras I've got. Logitech Brio, these are 4K cameras. These are like 170 quid each, but the problem with these is it's USB. And you're never going to get the same quality as you are with an actual proper DSLR camera. So I'm going to be getting some DSLR cameras, I think. At least one. Yeah, I'd use it on the capture card, mate, yeah. I've got a 4K capture card. Well, I've actually got two. So I'd dedicate one to the... I'd dedicate, because the microscope camera's 4K, I'd dedicate the capture card. I'd dedicate the microscope and the camera as 4K to one capture card on a splitter, and then have another HDMI cable for 4K consoles on that same splitter, and then one for 1080p, because the Elgato 4K capture card don't like resolution changes. I'll post to the Rossman Wiki myself. Most of the console stuff's come from me, or a lot of it has anyway. Did I have a stroke, or did the colour change? The colour probably changed, mate. Got the Kona HDMI card. Okay, I've never heard of that one. I wonder, is it worth it with its high price tag? Yes, it's the best vlogging camera available. The best vlogging camera available, but it's also great for live streaming. Yeah, it's £600. I know it's expensive, but you know, it's worth it. It's worth it. Which is why I'm thinking about selling some of my consoles, because I can offset some of the price that way. It's expensive. Like, it's not cheap. That sort of stuff isn't cheap to buy. By then I should have an Amazon voucher as well to go towards it. So, but I'm thinking of selling some of my PS4s and Xbox Ones to cover some of the cost. I've got like 3 Xbox Ones and 4 PS4s. You know, just sub to a third channel. Yeah, there's loads of us, mate. One big happy community. Hang on, I've just left a screw out of this. Hang on. Just left a screw out. Yeah, the camera is... the camera is pricey, but it's definitely going to be worth it. I reckon we can all chip in and get Phil to chow down some flux. Hey, if you guys want to chip in, well, I ain't going to say no. I ain't going to ask for it, but I ain't going to say bloody no. Just up to Micro Mage. Yeah, there's loads of channels, mate. If you have a look in my description, you'll find a list of some good channels. I'll buy the flux some nice plumber stuff. Like that stuff that comes in a black tub on Amazon. I made that mistake when I first started soldering. Oh boy, does that corrode your board quick. When I first started learning, I'll show you the stuff I bought off Amazon the first time I soldered. I'm not even... Well, the first time I did board repair. I'm not even joking. Not even joking when I say this. Check this out. I literally just typed in soldering flux. And I bought Leico. I was like, oh, £5. Oh, let me buy this for £5. Yeah, don't buy this. But look at this. This is funny though. They said it with actual normal solder that me and you would use. Like everyday people would use. Like everyday people would buy this for soldering like normal boards. Like I know it's lead free, but we can't actually buy leaded in the UK technically. But come on, just don't buy this. It will corrode your board. It's plumbing flux. Actually, was it that one or was it the other one? Yeah, it was that one. Yeah, it was. It was that one. Look, yeah, bestseller. I wonder why Amazon. I wonder why this is your bestseller because it says regular fucking soldering flux on the tub, and it's £5.31 for 125 grams. I wonder why it's your bestseller. Yeah, me like a tit didn't read the description. Water soluble for faster flushing from pipelines. Yeah, yeah. Don't make the same mistake I did. Hey, we got him up 10 subs. Pay your gift card to leave good reviews. Probably, mate. Yeah. That's why I don't leave reviews on Amazon. I've got some I bought plumbing flux. Yeah, mate. Honestly, it's an easy mistake to make. I did the exact same thing when I first started. Sorry, I've had to take this back apart because I left a screw out. Probably Phil, mate. Yeah, probably. That's the thing. This is why people get corroded boards because they use that stuff. Probably did use that, but £5 with free shipping. Shipping probably costs £4. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Sorry, I'm trying to pay more attention to Twitch so people don't think I'm ignoring the Twitch chat. I can tell which site they've come from even though it's all on the same one. That case ain't gone on properly. I hate it when that does that. Hate it when it does this. Because now I've got to take it back up again just to put the fucking case on. Best place to get leaded solder. Amazon US. If you want the best solder, Amazon US. Kester. If you want just normal leaded solder, eBay. Hi Twitch people, where's C said? From YouTube. Yeah. If you want just normal leaded solder, eBay. But if you want the good stuff, then Amazon. Ah, oh, damn it. I can't get the fucking case off. Hang on. You know what the funny thing is, I don't even know if I showed that name on the ticket. And it don't matter too much if I didn't show. If I showed the name, it's just a name. Like a name's not an identifiable piece of information. Now, if there was an email address or a phone number on it, that would be different, but there's not. That's better. Now it's gone on. Far now UK sell ready, but you need a business account. Yeah. Yeah, you can buy it from different places, but yeah. Right. What the fuck? Huh? What? You hear that? Look at that. I put paste on, I swear I did. It would have shut off by now. Fan spins, it's fixed. I could see if it displays. It should display. Okay, now it's stopped spinning. Clamps on properly, mate. What the fuck is going on with that? We weren't doing that earlier. No, it's not getting hot. That's the thing. The fan is cold. The fan is cold. But I'm going to double check. Let me replay the stream. Hang on. Definitely added paste. I thought I did. Yep, I added paste. Yep. If you look, oh, you don't have to tell me how far into the stream. Yeah, about 28 minutes into the stream, I definitely added paste. It's sucking up all your dust. Why do you the and Pro keyboard? I'm not sure what you mean there, mate. Paste was added, yeah. That's not right. I'm wondering if I've put the fan on backwards. Like if I've accidentally put it in backwards, but I don't think I would have done. We weren't doing that earlier though. Before I cleaned the console, it weren't doing that. I wonder if putting the fan in backwards would do that. Come on, don't buy these iFixit prying tools. They're absolutely shit. It does use a normal connector, yeah. But that said, it was very difficult to get out, and I struggled to get it out. Get off. Don't use them prying tools, guys. They're shit. Honestly. Them iFixit prying tools, they're absolutely wank. Absolutely wank. Butter knife, no. No. I'm not using a butter knife. A butter knife scratches the serial number and I get moaned at like a bitch. It's not used to being clean, probably. Have you left the macro air duster on? What's wrong with the Xbox? Well, it was no display. And I replaced the HDMI port, the HDMI encoder, and the HDMI ESD-IC to get it to work. I get moaned at when I use butter knives because apparently it always damages the serial number. Bad work, always blaming the tools. Well, technically a butter knife's not a tool. So, unless you mean these things that are supposed to be to pry stuff off and they just bend, then yeah. Yeah, they're a piece of shit. Get off there, port. Ah. You know when I struggle to get it out? There's a fan sense wire come off. There's a fan sense wire come off. That's why we've got high fan spin. It's your boy TheCod3r. Hello, mate. That's better. That's better. The fan sense wire come out. That would have been a speed sense line. Adam from the other 3 streams. Oh, well, I wish that auto white balance wouldn't keep fucking up. Work now like a new one. Yeah. Oh, come on. Don't be a bitch. You forgot a bit. I did. I forgot the black thing. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Yeah, don't forget the black. Well, I'll call it a bridge. Don't forget this bridge. You'll end up lung screwing the motherboard when you try and put the green screws in. You can usually tell that they're missing because the screw will just wobble around. I've seen lung screw damage from that being missing before. Yeah, thanks that dude. I appreciate that, mate. Yeah, at least I didn't have to go further into it, yeah. By the way, it is fine to just push that wire back in. They're only pushed in anyway. Birmingham Pike and Carp, welcome, mate. I haven't seen you for a while. I mean, look at the state of this console. This is how well this console gets treated. No one's perfect. I agree, mate. I agree. Taylor, welcome, buddy. Stereo streams. What, you got them both on? Watch Phil use a flathead for ages, sent him a video. I'll get the clamp on in seconds. Didn't work the same way for him. Yeah, exactly, mate. Yeah, that's the thing. One tool can work for one person and not for another. Yeah, the iFixit Manta driver kit, I would say so, yeah. Pump the numbers up. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Muchas gracias. By the way, I say it that way just to troll people now. I know it's mucho gracias. 65 US. That's pretty expensive. It's £30 in the UK. Yeah, I'm good, thanks, Tyler. Yeah. How are you, bud? What's the quickest you can fix it? Depends what it is, mate. Depends what it is. I can do an Xbox One S HDMI encoder inside 15 minutes. Mucho gracias. The Manta's expensive. Is it? I don't even know which one I've got. Is it the Macro? Right, well that's all good. It was displaying, as I just showed. And now it's not been destroyed. Right, well, I do have what I promised, and that is a PS5 to work on. So, let me go and put this one back in the house. Once I've cleaned up this flux off my bench, because it looks disfluxing. Fluxing disgusting. I've got to get the screws to the PS5 as well, because they're not in the console. There is a thing with these PS5s which I've noticed, and that is, you know these trace damage ones? It's when the ports are being damaged and actually bent up out of the ground pads, the ground legs, that the traces are being pulled off. Whew, that's a lot of IPA. Jesus. Now my head's spinning. Whew. Get high as a motherfucker. Cup of coffee as well, sounds good. Well, I would turn this on, but there's no HDMI port. Back in a minute. Oh, I forgot the console. Ha. Hello. Welcome, one and all. Got the coffee. Oh, that's good. Nice cup of coffee. A nice cup of coffee. Right. By the way, is there any lag, everyone? Because I am... What do you call it? What is this? Backflipping Concealed Carry Enthusiast Association £1. Is that a tip? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the £1 tip. I appreciate that. Thank you, mate. Sorry, it shows up different on that chat. It looked a bit weird. Thank you for the tip. I appreciate that. Right, so we've got a PS5 here, and this is trace damaged, so there's no port on it, and there's damage to the HDMI traces, which is typical. This is going to be number 6 that I'll have looked at with trace damage. I'm not going to say fixed because I don't know yet. I haven't actually looked at it. Adam said no lag. Oh, cool, mate. Nice one. Yeah, so there's... I'm basically encoding a video at the same time, so hopefully it should be good. Why don't you get your own kettle in the workshop? I haven't really got the room, to be honest. You speak German, Wayne? You don't speak German, you're using Translate. Don't lie. You don't speak English half the fucking time. You come from Nottingham. I think it's a design fault, mate. Yeah, when the HDMI port breaks, it tends to take a few traces. And you don't speak English half the time, mate. Right, so this is a PS5. It's got HDMI trace damage, as usual. So let's take a look. Let's see if we can fix it. Let's see if we can fix it. This is the digital. This is the old digital version. So, I believe this is going to be the second digital version I've messed with. So let's see what we can do. Let's try and not break a connector tonight, shall we? Glad I didn't reflow that thing. What's that, mate? You guys were right. I got $230 for that 1080 Ti I sold on eBay. Nice. Yeah. Don't reflow them if they're glitching and stuff. The sad edition. Yeah. Let's try and not break another connector tonight. Why do they keep breaking? Because people are careless. People are careless. And they don't care about having nice things. People don't care. How much do you charge for the PS4 HDMI trace repair? On a PS4, if it's 9 or less traces, I charge 65, and anything over 9 traces is 80. It's 80. So for up to 9 traces, 65, or 80 for anything above. So even if it's just 10 traces, it's 80, or if it's 19, it's 80. It's flat fees. But if it's 1 trace, it's 65. Well, actually, I can't say that because I don't generally charge for 1 to 2 traces. So I can't really say that. But generally over 2 traces, and I'll charge... I charge 65 for anything generally over 2 traces. I mean, my rule is 65 for any trace repair on a PS4, but... Well, not any trace repair on a PS4, but any trace repair on a HDMI, but... yeah. So I charge I charge £50 for a normal HDMI port on the PS4s. I charge 65 for trace repair on the HDMI port, or £80 for trace repair on the for anything over 9 traces. NMB fan, is it? I did notice it was a little bit different. Oh, that one only has 2 traces left. Yeah, I'd charge 80 on that, mate. It's a lot of work. I assigned for 90 minutes on trace repair on a PS4. Well, on any console actually, I assign 90 minutes for trace repair. For that amount of trace, anyway. The problem is it's time consuming. It's not difficult for me. I mean, I'm used to doing it, but it's just time consuming. How much is that in American? That would be around about, for £80, it's around about 110 US, I think. Something along them lines. About 110 US, I would say. If I had to guess. I'm not good at that conversion thing. Dutchy, welcome, mate. Pass the Dutchy on the left hand side. What's up with this PS5? Trace repair, mate. I'll charge more on these. I add an extra £10 because it's more screws. It takes longer to take them apart and put them back together. And there's more risk on them. By the way, that PS5 I did earlier, I did notice I'd left the HDMI, the APU clamp out. I did solve it after I'd finished the video. Let's not break this connector like I did on the last one. Right, so half the screws are missing out of this. Right, auto white balance is going to screw up during this as well, by the way, and the reason for that is because this is shiny. So auto white balance will mess up a little bit. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that. Right. So how fun would it be to replace a PCI Express socket? Not fun at all, mate. I've done it. Not fun. Where's Malcolm, mate? Malcolm White. Welcome, mate. Malcolm White. Oh dear. Sony should make more screws. What's wrong with my speech tonight, man? Am I fucking pissed or something? Someone been spiking my drinks? $1.72. Yeah, I bet that. Something like that. Depends where you go. Everyone seems to have their own currency conversions. Tell you what isn't fun as well. M2 connectors. PS5 look worse than the PS4. They're shit. The PS5 is just shit. Really poorly built. They take a lot longer to disassemble as well. It's not just how long it takes as well. It's risk mitigation as opposed to the cost to replace it if I damage it. And you have to account for that as well. I know it sounds daft, but you do. There's a lot of things you have to take into mind. Right, well, there's no liquid metal on it again. Right, this is just one trace, pin number 19. Well, I thought that would be the last one, and then there was all loose. But apparently pin number 19 is loose. Well, pin number 19 is missing on this. I'll show you that under the scope in a minute, but I do need to clean out the pads. The ground pads, that is. So, let's just remove that. So yeah, I just need to clean out these ground pads before I put it under the scope. I've got my hot air on 460 degrees Celsius at 40% airflow. Just cleaning out my solder sucker while I'm heating the board up. Board is massive, yeah. I've never actually opened a PS3, so I wouldn't know about them. So pin number 19 on these is the HDMI detection line, or hot swap detect. So it detects when the HDMI port's been plugged in. Ah, shit, there goes the diode. Straight up the shoulder sucker. You son of a bitch. The diode just gone right up the shoulder sucker. You prick. Cap's missing. That weren't me. Say bye bye to the diode though. Ah, dearie me. That's funny. Having an off day, yeah. Happy accidents, yeah. The fuck you just gone resistor? I think I really am having an off day. Right, let me get a donor board. Where'd you go? Gone with the wind. Hang on. Let me get a donor board. It is right in view, is it? Oh yeah, so it is. Ha! Sweet. How did I miss that? Hang on, let me replace that solder. Let me just replace that solder. That solder ball come off my solder reel. just started to replace these capacitors on the original Xbox. Seems fairly easy. So these, it looks next level. Nah, you get used to it, mate. Right, did someone say that the cap was on the ground pad? What, you mean that there? So it is. Good spot, mate. Good spot. I saw something there. I didn't know what it was, though. Good spot. Just popping that on its pad, and then I'll just push it down with the tweezers now. What is trace damage? It's when the pad what you soldered to has been lifted up. There you go. I don't usually care about them caps, but if it's there, it's there. Right, so let's just tin that. I'll sort the diode out in a little while. That diode is the same diode that's on pin 13 on any other PS4 board. You've not missed much, mate. I was only putting an Xbox One back together. I've just started this one. Actually, that's a lie. You missed me sucking up the diode with. You missed me sucking up the diode with a solder sucker. Well, that's a bit of a lie. Alright, let me get a HDMI port. This is going to be a fairly straightforward job. So, I'm not going to charge for the trace, I'll just charge for the port. PS5 HDMI ports, there they are. So yeah, this is going to be a fairly straightforward job. Should have probably not put that cap back on yet. It's probably going to come back off again. Right. So, I'm going to flow this down. Just to make sure it sits flush. Fuck you. Yeah, that didn't work. Melted the fucking port. Right, well, I guess it's not a good idea on them ones that melted the port. So let's not do that. Phil's having one of them days. Philly's having one of them days, mate. How many of these have I got left? 7. I'm alright. Buy some more next week. Yeah, so I guess I better not use hot air on these. Not so straightforward. It's sitting fairly flush anyway. Just secure that in. Just press down on a couple of pins just to hold it in place. Do 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 do. Love how you narrate repair videos. Thanks, mate. Like how I narrate them. Love's a strong word. Strung's a love word? Really? Come on. Right. My English is terrible, so let's see if my soldering's any better. One of the tips to, I'll say this quite often, but one of the tips to actually doing through hole. So this is technically classed as through hole because the leg's going through the hole. But one tip is to transfer heat to the component, or in this case the ground leg, and the pad at the same time. So I'm pressing down on the leg and the pad. And then that's going to allow the solder to actually bond. I'm using the wrong tip for this. Actually, I could show you a proper example with the right tip. What? Really? Come on. Don't fucking push down like that. Sit back on your board. I should probably show you with the right tip. Let me change tips. I'm just lazy. Thank you, almost. Thank you for the $5. What solder do I use? This is Kester, but I don't know exactly which type of Kester. I bought it from eBay, so I don't know exactly which type it is. Alright, so let me just... yeah, I'll check the pin alignment, mate, yeah. Should be fine. Yeah, it's good. It's cool. I don't know if this is true Kester, it's supposed to be, but I don't know if it is, I don't know if it actually is or not. Don't be lazy and use the right tip. I know, mate. I'm just a lazy fucker. Right. So let's just add some more flux here. So yeah, if you transfer heat to the pad and the leg at the same time, it should flow nicely. You shouldn't have any issues. So hard to get a PS5, yeah, and people are breaking them. I said to my sister last year, when they first come out, my sister was like, oh, I'll just wait till Christmas. I was like, yeah, you ain't even getting one by next Christmas. Success, yes. If you don't mind me asking, how much you charge for this job? for this particular repair, for HDMI ports on the PS5, I usually charge 65, and then if there's trace repair, I add an extra £15. So it'd be £80 for trace repair up to 9 pads, or £95 for up to 19 pads. But because it's only one trace, I'm not going to add the extra charge on, because one trace isn't really that big of a deal. I'll clean that up in a minute. How are people breaking them? Clumsiness, mate, mainly. Clumsiness. Yeah, so because this is just one trace, I'm not going to add the extra charge on. I'm just going to do it at the normal cost. I charge more for PS5 and Xbox Series X repairs, because, well, it's going to be more costly if I end up breaking them. There should be price lists on my website, to be honest, of most the repairs, or the common repairs anyway. Right, switching to a smaller tip. CEX is the computer exchange store in the UK. Undercharge a bit at 55. If that's what price you found works for you, then it's not really undercharging. I'll try and gauge it at around about £45 an hour, roughly. Which, yes, that seems pricey, but it's not that pricey when you think it is skilled work. It is skilled work. I've got house insurance, mate, yeah. CEX is kind of like GameStop. I think I might have put the wrong tip on here. Yeah, this ain't my normal go-to tip. Hang on. £30 for PS4. I still charge £50 for PS4 HDMIs. The reason being is just because the console's gone down in price, Labour doesn't. Labour don't go down in price. That's why I won't do PS3s as a general rule. If people are willing to pay the price, then I'll do it, but I don't do them as a general rule because people don't want to pay it. Yeah, roughly, Casey, yeah. Right, so I'm just swapping back to my normal everyday tip. The work never changes. Exactly, just because the labour change. In fact, chips are getting more expensive for these because they're getting harder to get. So if anything, prices are going to be increasing. So like a HDMI encoder on a PS4 original right now, I charge 65. But you bear in mind that the chip costs £22 to buy. If you were to buy it from the UK, I don't. I buy mine in bulk from AliExpress, but you know that's not the point. The £22 to buy a chip from the UK. And that's if you can even find a reliable source for them. But it's like any skilled work. Is it going to be around about £60 an hour usually? £60 an hour is about the going rate for most skilled work. Plumbing, mechanics, all of that. pin 19 ground, so don't need fixing. No, pin 19 is hot plug detect. So basically it detects when you plug a HDMI cable in. So pin 19 is needed. Why can't I get solder to transfer to these pads? Well, can if I had a big bridge. Ha! Yeah, pin number 19 is hot plug detect. What number tip? I don't know, mate, because they've rubbed off. It's a little bit out of focus. I'll sort the focus out in a sec. Just dragging this solder across to the other side. Yeah, have a good night, Domsky. So the way I clean these up is to just drag the solder over to one side and then just keep tapping it with the iron. Clean the tip and then tap again, and eventually it comes off. What temperature do you run your iron at for this job? I used to run at 450, but what I noticed was that flux was burning a bit too quick. So I've swapped to 400 now. But I used to run my iron at 450. So rather than wicking this away, I'll just take a little bit of extra care and just do it without the wick. If it'll let me. No worries, Paul. Right, let's just clean up. I'll have a look and see if there's any bridges before I run this jumper wire. So I want to make sure the port's as clean as I can. Okay. Let's just check the pins. So I'm going to give these what I call the nudge test, which is where I was come in with the... Oh dear, that one's not soldered. Pin number 18's not. And this is why I do that test, because look at that pin. If you look at that pin from an angle, it looks like it's soldered, but it's actually not. Yeah, the rest of them are though. What else are you fixing tonight? I'm not sure yet. Whoops. I'll have to see what. I'll have to see if I've got anything interesting in the queue. Right, so one little tip: if you have issues with a specific pin, just hit it with the iron, but at the same time just hold it with the tweezers. Well, didn't work that time. I think it worked that time though. Making cables. What for, mate? Why is it not bonding? Is it because of unleaded solder? No, it's because the pins are very, very slightly misaligned, so it was like kind of on an angle, very slightly. It's very slightly on an angle. That's good. Right, a couple of these pins I'm not quite happy with. Problem with me is I'm a bit too OCD. Being on a slight angle don't bother me, but as long as they're making a contact. Oh, I need to make breakout cables for the for laptops, but I haven't got the ports to do it. I haven't got the connectors to do it, mate. So I need to get some scrap laptop chargers. I can get laptop chargers all day. Yeah, I agree, Lee, yeah. Right, let me get some jumper wire. Yeah, see HDMI ports in my sleep. Right, so for this, my go-to wire is 0.17 millimeters. So I better figure out where that goes first, haven't I? That pin number 19. Right, it goes down here. Aye. Yeah, HDMI ports are usually easy income, yeah. Normally. Alright, so that goes down to here. I quite like trace repair, I'll be honest. Sorry, I was just drinking my coffee. More solder on the ground legs. It's soldered from the other side, mate. I don't add solder this side. I never do. Never do. I do on the Xbox because they're weak as shit, but these ones are not that bad. Oh yeah, even with trace repair that can be easy. Keyword there, it can. Sometimes they can be tricky. You try doing trace repair when the wires are gone, then tell me it's easy. Right. So, now that I've exposed the trace, yeah, that's the thing, it's not going to be quick for everyone, so if it's not quick and you're getting stressed out about it, don't. Because not everyone is going to be able to do this super quick. Quick note, tin your pin before you run the jumper. And also, add some friggin' flux. Tin your pin. PS4 turns on and straight off. On and straight off is never the hard drive on a PS4, buddy. It's generally down to either a power supply issue or the IPU. If it's on for a second and then turns off. Right, get on your trace. Thank you. No, that's on the wrong pad. What am I doing? I meant to solder that to pin 13's pad. There we go. There we go. Yeah, 1 second and then off. It's either down to the IPU or the power supply normally. It's never going to be the hard drive. The hard drive could potentially cause a 6-second blue light of death if it's putting a short on the south bridge, but that's about it. Usually the hard drive, if you've got a blue light of death, it's caused by, it causes a long pulsing blue light of death. Right, okay, let me grab a donor board. So I need to put a diode back. And also smash up my entire workshop. That's a good idea. That's a good idea, to grab something when there's another board on top of it. So, yeah. Right, I'm going to grab this diode. Is there any special wire I need to use for trace repair? No, you can use pretty much anything. General rule of thumb is go for the biggest gauge you can get away with. So find the thickest gauge you can that'll fit without causing you any problems to install it. And go with that as a general rule. But there's no special gauge needed or no special wire. As long as it's enamelled. Yeah, I use jumper wire from my old microwave personally. The thing is, I can get that stuff at will because my brother-in-law's a scrap man. Right. I'm almost certain I know which. Ah, shit! My fucking battery's died in the multimeter. Hang on. I'm gonna have to put the battery on charge. Good thing is it's a USB 9-volt battery, so I can charge it at the same time as using the battery. I forgot to charge it and I left it turned on, like an idiot. I'm always leaving my multimeter turned on, that's why I buy rechargeables. But it's fine, I can just plug it into USB. So basically I'll just do this. And just leave the 9-volt battery out. Right, so I'm pretty sure I know which way this diode is going to go. Need an auto power off meter, yeah. Yeah, I do. The reason I like this is because it's cheap and it works over USB as well. Right, so even though I know which one it's going to be, I'm going to double confirm. So this should be ground. Sorry, should it? Huh. Hang on. Let me just get a diode reading of it instead. Yeah, so this side... So you can't even see that. This side is open line. And this side gives me a diode reading, so... Yeah, that's the way it's got to go. There is an arrow pointing, but I was just double confirming. I always like to make 100% sure. I don't want to put a diode on backwards. Do my capture card run at constant 40 Celsius plus? I don't know, mate. I've never checked, to be honest. Do 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 do. Bit of flux. That's why Sarah buys rechargeables as well. She die, I have to bloody buy them for her. There you go. Save using hot air. Yeah, there is a sign on the PCB, but I always make 100% sure. I just like to be sure, that's all. Right, let me just dry this off. But yeah, there is an arrow there. I say dry it off, I just mean get most of it off. Oh, I'm having one of them days. I've burnt myself twice already since I've been on stream. Adam, welcome. Right, they're good. Bridge test and then done. Why do I associate big cheese and crackers with being posh? I have not got a clue. Oh, so we. Oh shit! I'm not even in continuity mode. Damn it! I'm gonna have to trim the edge off these trees, off these probes. Trust me on getting the most out of these probes. To be fair, I'm always bending my probes though. Yep. Okay. Let's add a tiny bit of solder mask. Just to secure that wire down. There we go. And where is my UV pen? Right. Epilepsy warning. 3, 2, 1. Better than factory. Pin 19 still loose. Yep. But the jumper wire is connected. Pin 19 will be loose because he's got no pad. But yeah, such a perfectionist. Yeah, you haven't got to add conformal coating here for this one jumper wire, but it just looks better. Looks like I actually care about the customer. Here for the code rave. Welcome. It's used as a the UV light is used to cure that green stuff, and that green stuff is solder mask. So basically, that just insulates the jumper wire and stops it being conductive externally. So that should be solid now, and it basically glues the wire down. So I could use hot air now, and this jumper wire would stay in place. And then whoever changes the HDMI port next is going to be able to reuse that jumper wire without having to pay extra for trace repair. So basically, if I was to lift this port off now, this part of the jumper wire would stay in place. So you can see how that's basically solid. I mean, it's not perfectly solid. It's still got a little bit of coating which hasn't quite cured in the middle, but it's enough to glue it down. I thought it was Krypton. Yeah, there's loads of reasons why you could be getting no display. There we go. Cool. That's good to go. It's still a little bit squidgy in places, but it's good enough to hold it down. Right, look at that rat's nest there. Right, liquid metal time. If you've got display in safe mode, then it probably, well, it can still be the HDMI encoder or the hard drive. That's the problem. It can still be the HDMI encoder or the hard drive. Damn it. I just used swab. Yeah, try the hard drive first. It's the easiest thing to change. Don't ask me why this foam gets removed. It's not me that removes it. I don't agree with it, but I can't do anything if I haven't got it. Alright, to make sure that's nice and clean. I need to order more liquid metal. Oh, don't tell me I'm completely out. Don't tell me I'm completely out. I thought I had more than that in here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I might have to add thermal paste temporarily. I have got another syringe somewhere, but whether or not there's actually any in it is a different question. I might have to add thermal paste temporarily and order some. See, this is the thing, because I don't use it that often. I forgot to keep a check on how much of it I've got. I have got another syringe here, but I don't know whether there's any in it. Yeah, there is. Cool. Yeah, I'm alright. Phew! I'm going to order another tube anyway. Right, so the trick with this is you've got to make it bond with the APU or with the surface that you're putting it on. You've got to make it bond, so you don't need a lot at all. But you really don't need a lot, but it's got to be able to bond with the entire surface. So what you do, or what I do, some people use a cotton swab for this. I'll just use the end of the liquid metal syringe and basically just give it a little scrape. It doesn't actually damage the dye, but it just, well, the syringe is like kind of like an abrasive, and it just helps it to bond. So rather than using something like a cotton swab, which is going to basically soak up some of the liquid metal, I'll just use the edge of the syringe, and you can see how easy it goes across. And that'll cover the entire APU. And there's actually probably too much on there. You don't want it so much where it's creating a big puddle. Okay, so that's not actually moving across this side. Let me see if I can show you what I mean here. So this is going to be a little bit shiny and weird. You see how there's like a... See how there's like a gap there? Well, basically, we need that to spread all the way across. Like that. There we go. And now that goes all the way across. That's probably just the right amount, actually, to be honest. Yeah, and it spreads across evenly, which is what I want. So what I want to do now is do the same with the heatsink. So I'm going to move that out of the way. I'm going to do the same with the heatsink. I'm not going to add any thermal paste to this. Any liquid metal, sorry. I'm just going to scrape. Like, there's a little bit on the edge of the nozzle. So I'm just going to scrape the APU. Scrape the heatsink. Just enough so it's going to allow the liquid metal to bond with the heatsink as well. Like that. And then that will transfer nicely. But you want it so as when you tip this upside down, it's not going to just splatter all over the place. That should stay there, and it should not spill at all off the APU. It should stay on the puddle. It should stay in a puddle. It shouldn't spill. And then you know you've got the right amount on. I haven't actually cleaned off the back of the port yet. I need to do that. Beautiful. Nice and clean. And then when I put it back together, I'll clean off the inside of the port as well. Right. Does it flow out easier if it's warm? Do you mean the liquid metal? I don't think so. I think it always stays the same, to be honest. Looks like the T-1000 now, the Terminator. Now you're making me want to watch the Terminator. Right. Little tip in all these connectors. Push the metal retention bracket back when you put them in. Because you will damage your connector otherwise. Maybe not the first time, but eventually. Eventually, you're going to damage your connector. Okay. So I'm not going to be screwing everything down. I'm going to want to make sure it actually works first before I do put it back together. So I'm going to literally just put it back together enough just to confirm whether or not it's working. And that means no screws. Any new Xboxes? No. Unfortunately not, mate. Yeah, so basically just together enough to test it. I'm going to clean out the port because flux inside the port can cause a connection issue. and you are guaranteed to get flux in the port if you do any kind of HDMI job. And also, I try and clean my cable as well. By the way, you know when your cable starts to get weak, you know if you want to save yourself some money, as your cable starts to die, because we use these cables all the time, so as your cable starts to die, just buy some of these. Buy some angled connectors, and then you can plug that in once, and then if you connect this up like that, then you've basically got yourself a brand new cable for free, technically. Obviously you need to stand it up. Just a little tip. And don't buy yourself a new cable straight away, buy yourself some of them connectors. They come in handy. Welcome, Raymond. Okay, so it turns on. Let me just flick over to the TV. Dabble with computers, etc. Nice. And I have sound. And display. Cool. Sweet. Let's turn this off. Sounds like you're local. I'm in Wolverhampton in the West Midlands, mate. Where are you from, bud? Well, not Wolverhampton, but Willenhall. Wolverhampton's easy to say, though. HDMI extension cable with you get with a Fire Stick would be good for your job. Yeah, you can use HDMI extensions, but if you want to get extra life out of your cable, you can just buy these. These are really cheap. Because obviously we use these every day. We constantly plugging and unplugging. Albury, yeah, very close, mate. Yeah, welcome. I used to work in a shop near to Albury. Right. Now I can screw it back together. Now that I know it works, I can put it back together. Alright, so auto white balance is going to mess up again, by the way. White balance always messes up when the when it's time to put the metal case back on, or put the screws back in the metal case. Let's make sure all them screws are in there. There's one hiding. Beckett's Farm. Why have I heard of that? Never knew you could get those angle connectors. Yeah, I use them for my well, not lately, but I was using them for my microscope camera. Oh come on, I hate this. God's sake, just get out, will ya? Get out. Right, well, I'm tearing the bag. No more messing around. Another late one. Always is, mate. Always is. No, I have to stream late because I've got kids, so it's difficult to stream during the day. Trying to balance family and work life, mate, it's quite difficult when you work from home. Little hint with these. And it was Computer Booter who told me this. He's got a channel, by the way. I'll grab a link soon. But anywhere where there's not meant to be a screw, let me show you this under the microscope if I can get a good view. So if I can get this in focus, there we go. So anywhere there's not meant to be a screw, you'll notice that there's a line on the screw hole. Same as that one there. So those screws are meant to go in from the other side. If you look at these ones here, no line. But these ones down here, where there's not meant to be a screw, because it goes in from the plastic side, there's a line there. Yeah, nice little useful tip. Computer Booter told me that. Let me grab a link to his channel. He does a lot of PS5 stuff. He doesn't really advertise his channel that often though. Computer Booter. Where's his YouTube? So Computer Booter runs a shop in the US. Computer Booter. Computer Booter. Yeah, I looked streamed 3 days ago. Another PS5 HDMI repair. 1 week ago, PS5 HDMI port and some Series X. Yeah, let me post a link to that in chat. Someone from Twitch, let me know if this is going through to Twitchy chat as well. If I ever need a repair, I'll drive over from Leicester. Wolverhampton ain't that far. It isn't that far away, actually. I have quite a few people who drive over pretty far to bring the consoles. I'll tell you what pisses me off about people booking repairs. Like, not people in general, just a certain type of people. A certain type of person. When you get their email, how much is so-and-so? How much is so-and-so? Send them an email back with a nice quote, nice and cheap. Look, you're looking after them because they've come from YouTube and you're trying to give them a good price. And then they drop the bomb. They drop a nice big bomb. How do I know I can trust you? How do I know I can trust you? How do I know you're not going to steal my stuff? Don't send it to me. What link? I'll post it in Twitch in a second. Bear with me. I literally say that to them. You know when someone says to me, how do I know I can trust you? I literally reply and I say, don't send it to me. Please don't send me your console. If you think for a second that I'm untrustworthy, do not send me your console because I do not want it in my workshop. And I know that sounds like I'm a dick, but really I'm not. It's the fact that you can never have a good relationship if you've got no trust. You need to build a relationship with your customers, and you can't have a good relationship if you've got no trust. So yeah, right. Twitch guys, I haven't forgot about you. There's a link to Computer Booter's channel. Yeah. How do I know I can trust you? Don't send it me. Yeah, I do actually show all my work. That is the funny thing, yeah. Yeah, that is the funny thing. I do actually show all my work. Like, everyone sees everything what I do. Everyone sees how much I fret about making sure every single screw goes back in and all of this sort of stuff, and then you still get that odd message like, can I trust you? I should reply and say you can't. That's what I should do. I should reply and say you can't. Don't need that shit. I agree, mate. No, that's the thing. I can't work with people if they don't trust me. I can't work on behalf of people if they don't trust me. Like Console Repair London, the company that sends me like quite a lot of consoles. I wouldn't say they send most of my consoles these days because I get a lot from YouTube, but I'll probably get more from YouTube these days than I do from Console Repair London. But like Console Repair London, like today for example, that Xbox One I worked on earlier on, right? That actually had display. That actually had a display. And I said to Console Repair London, I sent it back last week. I was like, yeah, this works. There's nothing wrong with it. And then he sent it back to me and said, nope, not working for me. Sorry. I brought it back here today and I've said, right, it works for me. It's still working for me. Genuinely. I'd show you the message if it wasn't for the fact that I would dox other people by doing it. But I was like, well, it's working for me. And he was like, well, can you change it anyway because it's not working for me, it's working for the customer. Can you change the encoder? And I was like, alright, fine, I'll change the encoder, but I can't guarantee it's going to work when it gets back to you. And if I change the encoder, I've got to charge you. And he literally said to me, fine. Fine. Literally, fine. Do it. Just do it and I'll pay it. And if it don't work, I won't charge a customer, but I'll still pay you. He didn't say anything about, you know, if it don't work, then I'm not going to pay you, because he knows it works for me. He knows it's working absolutely fine on my TV. It's just not working for him, and it's weird. And then I did a wiggle test on the HDMI port, and I was like, hang on a minute, the HDMI port's a little bit dodgy. So I sent him a message, and I was like, look, alright, fine, the HDMI port's a little bit dodgy, shall I change it? And he didn't even question it. He was just like, literally, yeah, do whatever you got to do, just change it. Just replace the components and I'll sort the rest out. If it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. That's the kind of relationship you need, especially when it comes to like business to business stuff. But when it comes to customers, the customer needs to trust you and you need to trust that the customer is going to pay you, because it works both ways. It's not just about the customer trusting you, it's about you trusting the customer. Like if they pay by card, because I accept card payments, I accept direct card payments. You got to trust that they're not going to do a chargeback. You got to trust that they're actually going to pay you on time, in a timely fashion. You got to trust that they're not going to leave you a negative review because they think you've done something untoward, and all of this kind of shit. Like, it's just, it works both ways. I should actually reply and just say, well, how do I know I can trust you? How do I know you're going to pay? But obviously they don't get the console back till they pay, but you know, unless it's business to business. If it's business to business, I invoice at the end of the month. That's different. Make a video. On what, mate? How can I trust you? And he gave me 4K's worth of consoles to repair. I've had more than 4K's worth of consoles delivered by one company in the past. Can't charge back with Bitcoin. No, but that does annoy me when I get them messages. I only bring that up because I got one earlier. How do I know I can trust you? I literally just say to him, don't send me the console. Please do not send, under any circumstances, do not send me your console. And regardless of what you say next, mate, don't send it me. That doubt was there. So yeah. The doubt was there, and the doubt is always going to be in the back of their mind. So send it to someone else. I don't do reviews. I don't ask for reviews, and people don't leave reviews. I don't ask for them. I think reviews are bullshit. Like if someone wants to leave a review on Google, fine, leave a review on Google. I don't care, but I don't even pay attention to them. I don't even know if I've got any reviews. Not a clue. I don't care about reviews. My work speaks for itself. That's just the way I see it. I show my work. People see what I do. People see how much care I take on a customer's device. That's it. That's all I need. That is my review. Got to check out as much as it's a pleasure watching you work. Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. I appreciate you stopping by, buddy. Alright, why am I missing half the screws? Yeah, there's loads of screws missing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I believe that's all I've got. In terms of silver screws, I believe that's all I've got. And there's more than 8 screws missing. I think. Back at it. Always, mate, yeah. People who say that most likely scam others. I don't know, that's probably a bit of too much of an assumption, but I don't know, it's just if the distrust is there to start with, then yeah, I don't want the business. I'd rather not. customer service and communication takes up so much time. It does, which is why I've automated a lot of it, like the booking in process and stuff. Yeah, I'm missing screws here. And that's not me, that's caused them to be missing. But yeah, it does. Communication with customers does take a lot of time. Right, so I'm going to put in what I can. And I'll just report that the screw's missing. I didn't take the screws out, so whatever's not there is not my fault. This is the last screw that I've got. I'm going to put that one in the middle. I'm missing two. Two screws missing, plus one from there, three. So unless I've put some in places where there's not meant to be one, which I don't think I have. Nope. Then yes, I am missing three screws. 1, 2, 3. Well, that is not my fault. I do not have the screws to put in, and I cannot help, unfortunately. Unless they're in the bag, which I don't think they are. Oh, hang on, there's one there. Okay, we've got one. I doubt there's going to be another two hiding in there. Nope. Nope. No more screws. They are missing. So there's two screws missing then. Fine. It's not my fault. There's nothing I can do. Just make sure I've got everything connected. Yep, I believe so. Have you seen the Switch Pro controller trigger pads yet? No, I don't really pay much attention to Pro controllers and stuff, to be honest, mate. I don't know, I can trust you. You tell me. Not got time for this. Yeah, pretty much. Nah, it just annoys me because, like, if I don't trust you, then what's the point? Ah, go fuck yourself. That's the wrong screw. I think it's the next size that goes in that one. Yeah. See, these are different because the disk drive's not in it. Like, you haven't got a disk drive in this one. Are you interested in getting some apprentices working for you? No, I work from my garden shed, mate. I work from my garden shed, so I can't have anyone here, unfortunately. So I work from home, basically. I'm literally sat in my garden shed. Play cards yet, mate? No, they haven't opened yet, mate. I've got to remember where all these screws go now, because I never pay attention to them. I know that one of these thin ones goes there. That small one is for the fan. And I think it's these normal size ones now. I'm still not quite used to the screws. I'll get used to them eventually. Yeah, the place hasn't opened yet. Stand up, go and do great repairs. No, I try to be, mate. I try to be as honest as I can with customers. It's like the other day, I had a switch, a normal switch. Was it a switch? Hang on, what was it? Yes, it was a switch, and it had a 2101-0001 error, which is always M92. The customer got in touch and he said, "Oh, how much to do this?" I said, standard M92 replacement £50. £45, not £50. Standard M92 replacement £45. Plus return postage. That's how much I charge. Cover the cost of the chip and £40 labour. So standard M92 replacement £45. And he said, fine, I'll send it in. So he sent it in, and I got it in. I took a look at the port, and I noticed that the port was damaged. I sent him an email. I said, look, I'm really sorry. I don't do this often, but I've got to go back on that quote. It needs a USB-C port as well. In this situation, instead of charging £50 for the port and £45 for the chip, I charge £45 for the chip and half price for the port, which is an extra £25. I said, so I've got to go back on the quote, I'm sorry. Literally within minutes, he emailed me back, go ahead, please, just get it done. I sent him a picture anyway, but you probably didn't even look at the picture. That's the kind of trust you need, where you can go back on a quote and the customer's just like, yeah, fine, if it needs doing, it needs doing. You know, it's just one of them things. Hang on, if I put screws in where there's not? No, I haven't. Yeah, that's the kind of relationship you need with the customer. But usually I try and avoid... Hang on a minute. What's going on with these screws? Right, I've put a wrong screw in somewhere. So I'm still not used to these screws, like I said. Right, I know that small one goes there. Hang on, no I haven't, I don't think. Hang on. No, that one goes there, sorry. I didn't put a wrong screw in. And then that thin one there. Yeah, but I mean, if I've got to do multiple jobs, like I can't do it for free. I can't change a port for free. I'm putting myself under massive exposure, and I'm doing free labour on a job that's technically taking twice as long. But I don't charge the full price for both jobs. If the console's already apart, I'll discount it. I don't mind doing that. I don't mind doing that. Look, I can do M92, and I've actually timed this on stream. I did M92 T36 in 20 minutes. That's just because I was basically testing myself. But you know, I was testing my... Oh shit, I've just put them... Yeah, I've just put them screws on and I've left the plate off. Yeah, I can do M92 T36 in 20 minutes from start to finish, but that's if I was rushing. I'd rather not rush, and I assign for 40 minutes. But if I've got to do the port as well, then it's going to take me an extra 20 minutes. The console's already apart, but it's still going to take me an extra 20 minutes because I've still got to make sure that it docks and everything as well. No, I agree, not everyone is trustworthy, but if people are watching your videos and they've seen that you've got 300 videos on your channel on board repair stuff for customers, not for yourself, then they should just know that they can trust you. So that's the problem, is people can visibly see my work and then they still send me a message and say, how can I trust you? It just annoys me, that's all. And not only that, but I just don't want to work based on distrust. Like, if they can't trust me, I don't want the job. Because it's the type of person that will always be thinking in the back of the mind, have they taken something out of my device? Because I've been accused of that before. Someone's just disconnected from my PC. I've been accused of that before. I've been accused of stealing parts out of customer devices. You know, it happens, but... yeah, it's not the kind of stress I need. Someone bought me a PS4 for a service, I charged £20. He'd already took it to someone for a service and paid £40. The guy brushed the fans and that's it. Jesus. Yeah, that's the problem. A small number of dishonest people make it look bad for the rest of us. That's the problem. That's the issue. But yeah, it's one of them. Just because you got one bad egg, it doesn't mean the entire box is bad. You know, we're not all bad. I mean, some of you guys, most of you guys will have seen the level of detail I go into on my jobs. And again, it's not saying that everyone's going to go into that level of detail. You know, like making sure there's conformal coating on, making sure all the flux has been taken off, making sure every screw it come with has gone back on. Just making sure that you've got nice shiny solder joints, even though the customer's never going to see it. You know, just stuff like that. But again, not everyone's like that. Not everyone's going to sit there and care about that stuff. Just because we do, it doesn't mean everyone else does. Lead by example, though. I'll try and set a good example, because if people are copying what I'm doing, because I am technically classed as an influencer. I mean, I don't see myself as an influencer, but if I'm classed as an influencer and people are copying what I'm doing, then I would much rather set a good example and say, this is how I do it. This is how, at least, you should show care for your customer, sort of thing. I try. I genuinely do care about my customers. That's the thing. I care about what they think of the work I do. So my workshop might be a mess, but at least I pay attention to what I'm doing. PS5 controller. What's next? Xbox. I'm not sure yet, mate. You can't see me. Bear with me a sec. Let me just move this out of the way. Man, them things are tall. Right. You know, I've not charged this once since I bought it. Genuinely not charged this once since I bought it. I need a USB-C cable. I need a USB-C cable. I need a USB-C. Just give me a USB. Just give me a USB. Just give me a USB-C cable. I need a USB-C. Just give me a USB. Just give me a USB. Just give me a USB-C cable. Da-dum-doo. Boom. And I got a one route my cable. SNES. Never trust a skinny chef and never trust a clean tech. I agree. 100% I agree. Do controller sync. Do. Suppose I better hide the screen a sec. SNES. Nah, I can't work on SNES tonight. I haven't got cables for it, mate. Add user. Quick play. Okay. Screen and video, please. 4K, yay! I don't know the menu on this by heart yet. Just gonna make sure it connects to the network. Damn you. Yeah, so I'm just running a couple of basic tests on this, make sure it works. Yep. Test internet.
Boom. Done. Let's test the Ethernet port. It's alive, it is. Let's just test Ethernet. And also I'll do the wiggle test at the same time. Set up wired LAN. Connect. There we go. Cool. There we go. That'll do. I'll give it a full test in the morning, but for now that's done. And the HDMI trace repair was a success. Is SP1 out yet for Windows 11? I don't know, mate. I haven't even installed Windows 11 yet. I bet you paid the TV to make it look like it works. Yep. No, I've got a secret PS5 hiding behind me. The secret PS5 that's connected to it. Jessica, welcome. Hello. Yeah, but that other PS5 fix weren't tonight, mate. That was like 2 weeks ago. Week and a half ago ish. My videos are recorded well in advance, to be honest with you. Well in advance. Right. Okay, I'll go and find something else to work on. Grab a fresh cup of coffee. And I shall be back.
Right. Ignore that. I just spilled bloody coffee on myself. Huh. Right, bear with me a minute. There's a way around unsupported hardware on Windows 11, mate. I'm going to make a video on it pretty soon. Next few days I'll make a video on the workaround. Right, so I'll tell you what's up with this in a minute. Let me just clean up. I'll make a video soon on the workaround. Sorry about that little kerfuffle, by the way. I was switching over from wired mic to wireless. It's the same mic, but I just plugged it into the wireless receivers instead. But yeah, I'm going to do a workaround video soon on how to work around the limitations on Windows 11. Thank you, Ryan. And to answer that comment, you can. Anyone can, mate. Just a little bit of practice, that's all it needs. A little bit of coffee as well. Coffee's an important tool in your workshop. But yeah, there is a workaround for Windows 11. And I will show an example. Right. So, the workaround is something is a method I've developed myself, by the way, not one that I've found online. Right, so this motherboard is a motherboard to a Xbox One S, including the daughter board. This motherboard was sent by a viewer as a gift. So the note, I'll read the note out. It says, "Hi Phil, hope you are well. As promised, here is the Xbox One S motherboard and Blu-ray daughter board, which is faulty. This is yours to keep if you fix it or not. I think it would make a great video to see you trying to repair this one, and I would love to see how you did it. It feels like, gut feeling, there is a short somewhere after the 12-volt circuit, as everything past that is dead, but I cannot find a short. It would not surprise me if you find something really obvious that I've missed, and there is a short staring me in the face all the time. You know how it is after you spend hours staring at a PCB. I do. I very much do. Yeah, so sometimes all it takes is a fresh pair of eyes. Hope you get it working, buddy. It would be great to see a video of you fixing it, even if it shows that I've been a dick and missed something obvious. If not, congrats, you have another donor board. Take care, Simon, in brackets, tweak tips." So thank you, Simon, for the gift. And it says, the fault is does not power on, no beep, no light when trying to power up. Diagnostics already carried out, but please recheck and retest. 12 volt input rail stable and present. No standby voltage on any other test points. 5 volt, 3.3, 1.1 volt, etc. not present. 12 volt input MOSFETs checked and tested fine. Tested with various spare power supplies and power PCB modules. No change with fault. NCP 4205 power management IC replaced, no change with fault. Retimer change, no change with fault. History is originally purchased on eBay as faulty for him to fix. The original listing states this was working fine. I decided to upgrade the hard drive. After I dismantled the Xbox and installed the new hard drive, it would not power on again. Looks like someone, not him, has replaced a HDMI port in the past. The guy selling it on eBay did not mention this, but looks like a good job and no shorts there. So, thank you, Simon. I appreciate this, and challenge accepted. So, yeah. So yeah, I do appreciate this. So let's give a quick visual inspection first of all. So there's the apparently matching PCB. Obviously, Simon couldn't verify this because he hasn't been able to get it to turn on. But apparently that's the matching PCB. But either way, I'm going to do it as a challenge. So we're going to have some fun. I've got other jobs in, but I promised I'd get to this ASAP, and that's what I'm going to do. So, first thing I always like to do is give it a visual inspection. The board looks absolutely mint. And I'm talking mint. No corrosion, no liquid damage, no signs of any flux anywhere on the board. So I don't know if this board's been ultrasonic, but it looks absolutely mint condition. And it definitely looks like it should be an interesting attempt, at least. So whether or not I get this fixed doesn't matter. I just like a challenge. Okay, we've got some scratches around here. Okay, this is interesting. So what it looks like here is that someone has, I mean, and this is probably not going to be Simon, because he said he bought it as a board to fix, not as a console. So looks to me like someone's took the X clamp off and they've sliced through the board here. So I can see some damage here that should be coming up across on camera. So I'll look into that in a minute, but that's the first thing I'm noticing on this. So I'm just going to scan over the board, because sometimes eyesight is all it takes to see the obvious. That's the only thing that's jumping out at me so far, is this here. So someone could potentially have sliced through this line. All of the major components appear present. So this would actually fall in line. If you think about it, this would actually fall in line with someone changing the hard drive. So if they've changed the hard drive, they've attempted to clean the console, give it a service, replace the hard drive and whatever, and then they've accidentally sliced it, because I've seen this a few times where people have accidentally slid. So they've used a screwdriver or something and they've not protected the board. So what I usually do, if I'm taking the X clamp off, so let's say for example I'm using a flat screwdriver, the X clamp's here. So if I do have to use a flat screwdriver because I can't find my X clamp tool because I'm a big messy bugger, then what I'll do is I'll use a flat screwdriver and I'll pry into the X clamp. But what can happen is when you pry into it, you'll slip and it will go straight through the board. So what I do is I always put my finger there, because a cut on my finger is going to heal a lot easier than basically a hole in the board because you stabbed through it. So I always put my finger where the X clamp is, and then if I do slip, it's just going to basically, like, it's going to catch my finger. I've cut my finger so many times. You know, I've cut my thumbs so many times by doing it, but it has prevented me from damaging the board. But that's the only thing that's jumping out at me here, is that we've got some damage here. So I'm going to have a look at that under the scope before I even go through any kind of diagnostic process. Welcome, Jinxie. So yeah, you can see some damage here, quite visible. But the question is, have any of these lines been cut? That's the question. Have any of the lines been cut? So let's find out. So the damage ends here. So whoever took the X clamp off this went pretty far. So they slid pretty hard on this. And that line there looks fine. that looks fine. The tracks are damaged, mate, yeah, but it does look as though they're intact. I mean, I can verify that with the multimeter, so there's test points on the board that I can use to verify that tracks are present. If we take a look over here where the damage ends, there's nowhere really that I need to check there, because even if this part of the trace was completely cut, you've still got all of this here. Still a hell of a lot. So that one's never going to cause an issue, even if that bit was cut out. So I'm not worried about that. But what I can do is just basically take a pair of tweezers, preferably ones that are already screwed, and just give myself a few test points and just probe around on this track or trace. This is a trace, not a track. Yeah, so I'm getting continuity there. Well, I'm not getting continuity there though. Or he'll have a different pad. That could be a different pad. I think it might be. Which is odd, but eh. This one I've got some wires down here. So if I just stick my probe in there, and I've got a test point up the top, and just make sure that this track's not cut. I'm gonna make, yeah, there we go. So I've got continuity from top to bottom there. That one definitely isn't cut. So yeah, other than that, nothing's really jumping out at me. Doesn't look like there's any more damage to the board. Hold on a minute, what's this? Okay, so now because I've seen this here, I've got to inspect all of it. There's a little bit of damage here. And these are going to be signal lines on the APU. So I can worry about protecting these afterwards. So I can cover it with conformal coating later on down the line. But I just want to make sure that these lines are not cut. Poor Joey, yeah. That was pretty funny actually. So is that line cut? That looks cut. I think it was just the coating. Yeah, it was just the coating. Never mind. Alright, so now we're going to inspect the rest because I saw that damage. I'm going to basically go over the board nice and slow. Make sure we've got no more damage. Yeah, it was solder mask, mate, yeah. I'm just going to scan around. Just anywhere that there could have been probing with a screwdriver. I don't have to scan the entire board, but it's like just there as well. There's scratches there, so you can see they haven't been careful. I think this is probably the original owner that's done this, not the person who sent it me. Which would fall in line with changing the hard drive. If they've not been careful here, what else have they done to the board? This is the only problem with it, is what else have they done to the board that could possibly cause a power issue. So if you think you see something that I might have missed, don't be afraid to shout it out. I'm just scanning around. That white stuff was factory gunk. Part of the cleaning solution they use. So I'm actually coming up further up the board here than I'd really need to go. But I don't think it's going to be down to any trace damage because of carelessness. I mean, there is trace damage there, but not enough to cause an issue. Okay, so I guess the next step then is going to be, well, just hook a power supply up to it and just see what's happening. So the note says that 12 volt appears to be present and stable, but no other voltage rails present. That leads me to believe possibly Southbridge. Okay, there's no short on the 12 volt rail, so let's plug a power supply in. So let me grab a power supply and also a front power board. Here's my no, that one's not my known good. Where's my known good power board? Actually, yeah, that one I can actually use. It's just got a bit of a damaged connector, but it will still work. I was just making sure the button worked then, by the way. So let me get my known good power supply. So I always keep a known good power supply for every console. Some memory chip is wrong. What do you mean, mate? Right, so just to verify my power supply still works, because even though it's a known good, it could fail at any time. And pop the multimeter into voltage or voltage mode. Let's get rid of this mess. I can actually unplug that charger from the multimeter now. Should be nicely charged. Let me just sort some of this rat's nest out. It's in a bit of a mess. Let's just get a shot of that. That should be on a spool, but it kept unravelling and it pissed me off, so yeah. Jumper wire I'm not going to need for now. Got to play with little balls. Yeah, possibly. Possibly. Alright, never mind. What the actual fook? Battery was unplugged. Alright, so metering voltage mode then. I'm just going to probe my power supply. And yep, 12 volts exactly. So getting the correct voltage. See what happens. Okay, and yes indeed it is completely dead. Okay, so what about if I hook up a disk drive the correct disk drive would be a big help. Haha. Don't think I've got to complete this drive. Oh well, never mind. Forget that. Forget I ever said anything. Okay. Well, let's just probe for some voltages then. I don't think I've got to complete this drive with a daughter board installed, so it's fine. So let's just probe for some voltages. So there's certain voltages that we're going to need in order for the console to turn on, and the primary voltage is going to be the 5 volt standby. There's various test points on the board. Let me just make sure I've got a good ground. Yep. So the certain voltages we're going to need. The primary one is going to be 5 volts because that's what controls standby. So basically, if we've got no 5 volt, then the console's not going to know when the power button is pressed, and it's not going to allow me to turn the console on. So we can look for a 5 volt test point. And there we go, just there. So 5P0 is not present. So we've got nothing on 5 volt at all. We have TP1 standby. Nothing. 1P8 standby, that should be 1.8 volts. Nothing. And 3P3 standby should be 3.3 volts. And we get absolutely nothing. So we've got nothing at all on any test point. So that's leading me to believe straight away that we've got an issue with the safe bridge, because the safe bridge is responsible for generating all standby rails, and if that's faulty, then it's not going to work. SB1P8, again nothing. VBAT should be 3.3, nothing. So what we could do technically, because we've got 5 volt missing, what we could technically do is we could inject 5 volts and force it to have that 5 volts in there. Yeah, thank you, Virgil. I appreciate that, mate. So we could force 5 volts through and then see if it attempts to turn on. So I could use the 5 volt test line, inject 5 volts into it, and then just see if it turns on. At least attempts to turn on with 5 volts there. So basically, I'm forcing it to create the 5 volt rail by injecting 5 volts into it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Obviously, it wouldn't be a fix. We'd still need to figure out why. We'd still need to figure out why it's not generating it. And I'm going to say it's probably down to the safe bridge, but we could do it just as a way of testing. So I'm going to load the power supply software. There we go. I'm going to set that to 5 volts. Stop being a dick. Set yourself to 5 volts. I said 5 volts, not 0 volts. Thank you. There we go. Okay, so I can inject 5 volts on this test point. Okay, and we do get current draw. We get 0.068 amps. But no I don't know if we need the 12 volt line as well. There we go. We get a beep, look. You hear that? So it's not going to turn on because we've got no other rails. Realistically, I've got 4 power supplies here. Realistically, I could inject 1.8 volts, I could inject 5 volts, I could inject 3.3 volts and 1.1 volts. And realistically, the console should turn on, but I'm not going to do that. We need to figure out why it's not generating it. So obviously now I've took the probe off, and we're basically not getting any 5 volt line again. It's not working. But injecting 5 volts there allows it to attempt to turn on, technically. But it's not going to turn on because the rest of the rails are missing. So if the 3.3 and the 1.1 and the 1.8 were all present, but the 5 volt was missing, then realistically you can generate that 5 volts and be done with it. It would work. But you'd have to generate the rest of the rails as well. So yeah. So we've got 5 volt missing. We need to figure out why 5 volt is missing. And to be honest, that can be a bit of a rabbit hole. But all of the rest of the rails are missing as well. So I don't think it's going to be anything pulling down the 5 volt rail. And in fact, we can check some of them rails and check the diode readings on them rails. So I'm going to get my probes back. So let's just see if we've got any shorts to ground on them rails or any kind of abnormal readings. So I'm going to go into diode mode. I'm going to red probe ground A. Probe the 5 volt rail. And we get 0.41 volts, which is what I'd expect. Let's probe the 1.8 volt rail. 0.4 volts, which is what I'd expect. 3.3. 0.27, 0.28. Yeah, that's about right. 1.1. 0.266, yeah. So diode readings are good, so that's telling me that there's no shorts to ground on these rails. There's no, if we go into resistance mode, we should get normal resistance readings on these. $1.5k, that's not short. The 1.8 volt rail, 10k, that's not short. 5 volt rail, 4 million ohms, that's definitely not short. Although that is high, that is rather high. I wouldn't expect it to be 4 million ohms. 3.3 volt, we get 2k. So they're not short. So that tells me that they're just not being generated. And they get generated by this chip here and the safe bridge. I believe they get generated by this chip. There's some 1.1 and 1.8 volt stuff going on up here, but it needs a safe bridge to work first. What we could do is we could just probe around and just see if we've got any kind of voltage rails on the lower half of the board. So we could forget this part where it goes to the safe bridge, just basically ignore that and just see if we've got any voltage rails around here. Because if we've got voltage rails here but then we've got nothing there, then that's telling me that it's going to be something on this section. But if we've got no voltage rails here, then we could have an issue somewhere else. But the NCP 4205 apparently has been changed as well. So yeah, we shouldn't have any issues down this half of the board. And it is holding 12 volts as well. So I don't think we're going to have any issues down here. I think it's going to be this side. Thank you, Vladimir. I appreciate that, mate. Thank you for the donation. Okay, so what was I going to do? I was going to check the voltage rails down here. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. So let's check them. just really quickly before we go any further. So we've got a test point for 3.3 volt just here. Okay, that's not actually that's not picking up 3.3 volt. Actually, no, this comes from the south bridge. Never mind. So it does go through the south bridge first. Well, I did get a reading there then. Fam, welcome, mate. Cheers, Adam. Thanks, mate. I try. I do try. Right, do we get anything on this fuse? Nothing at all on that fuse. So I'm going to check a few fuses, a few random fuses. However, there's not really that many fuses. Apparently I've got 1.6 volts going through my body. Apparently. Right, so I know this section is good, because it is attempting to turn on. So I know this section is good. I know that there's going to be no issues here. See if I get anything on any of these test points. So there are some 3.3 and 1.1 volt rails on these test points here. I believe these are designed as a diagnostics port. We do get 1.8 volt, look. And 1.8 volt is pulsing. So here's a question, why is 1.8 volt pulsing? Can you see that jumping up and down? That's meant to be a 1.8 volt line, I believe. And it's pulsing. So we're getting 1.4 volts occasionally. So what I could do is I could inject 1.8 volts there and see if anything gets hot. Oh, okay, never mind, that's picking up my body. Oh, is it? No, it's not. I thought you were picking me up. Or is that meant to be a 3.3 volt? That might be meant to be, that might be a 3.3 volt. Let me inject some voltage into that line, because that's interesting how that's pulsing. It's quite strange, actually, how that's pulsing. It shouldn't be pulsing. Does the south bridge have voltage in? It does, but I don't know where it would be, because we don't have schematics for it. So I don't know exactly where it would be, and it would take me a long time. It would probably come through an internal layer on the board, I'm assuming. Right, let me set this to, I'll tell you what, I'll set it to 1.5 volts. That's going to be safe enough to inject. Okay, nothing's getting warm at 1.1, at 1.5. Nothing's even being drawn, sorry. Same as at 3.3, nothing gets drawn. Let's inject 3.3 volts. Okay, still nothing gets drawn. So we've got, I don't think we've got any shorts there. I think this is south bridge. Honestly, I think this is a south bridge issue. any part number on the South Bridge to look up the chip specs. It's a custom chip, mate. I can get the part number in a second for you, but it is a custom chip. Yeah, I'm leaning towards Southbridge on this because it's not generating. Well, it's generating some of the test points. It's generating some of the voltage rails somewhere on some parts of the test points, but it's not holding them. It's pulsing, and it's very unlikely that you've got. It's very unlikely that you've got an issue with 3 different voltage rails. So the 1.1, the 1.8, and the 3.3. Sorry, 4, 5 volt as well. It's very unlikely you've got an issue with 4 different voltage rails. Unless there's one thing that links them all together. And the only one thing that links them all together is the South Bridge. So that's the only thing that's going to generate every single power rail. So that's the only thing realistic that it could be. So I am going to remove the South Bridge from a donor board. So I'm going to try and find the best looking donor board I possibly can. And this is not a job I would recommend with hot air. It's not a job I would recommend with hot air. Talking of hot air, I'm going to use it as a cigarette lighter, just for fun. Well, just because I left mine in the house. It didn't actually light. So I'm going to try and find a board that's actually got most of the major, well, all of the major components on. So I can check and see if I'm getting any 3.3 and 1.1, etc. Nope. Right. Right, so let me get this part number so you can see it. And also so I can make sure that the different revision boards match on the part number. I've started offering yellow light of death services on PS3s. So it's X86. Hang on. A little tip, you know, if you can't read the number. If you can't read the number, just drop some isopropyl alcohol on it. Not quite enough for tea, or good enough for a sugar. I appreciate it all the same, mate. Just clean it with IPA and you should be able to read it once you've dried it all off. Obviously these are donor boards, so they are pretty filthy. There you go. X86 1949-007. X86 1949-007. No, I appreciate it, mate, honestly. What's the crowbar pointy tool called? It's designed for X-clamp removers. I'm assuming you mean this, mate. This is a X clamp remover. They're about £1.50 on AliExpress. Just type in X clamp removal tool on AliExpress and you'll find them. These are the official Team Executor ones. I had someone send me these, but you can buy the clones off AliExpress. Yeah, X861949-007. Right, so this is my donor board. X861949-007. Yeah, okay. No worries, Micro. You're welcome, mate. Right. So that's the board I'm working on. So what I'm going to do, because actually I better show this camera for a second. So because this is a big chip, I said this to Joey Does Tech earlier on. This is a big chip. I'm not going to pretend it's not. It's a big chip, and using hot air, it's not recommended on this chip. You've got a good chance of killing it. So I'm going to use my BGA station to remove this chip. So this is the donor board. This is the chip that I need to reball. Wrong button. So I need to reball this chip, so I'm going to remove it using the BGA station. So this machine that I'm using is not cheap. It's not a cheap machine, and they are most of the time in excess of £1,000. I didn't pay that much for mine. I paid £400 for mine. I bought it used, and then replaced the top plate on it for an extra £60. All in with the machine and the top plate, I paid less than £500 for mine. I got lucky. But basically what this does is it gradually heats up the board, putting even heat throughout the board to allow me to remove the chip safely without damaging it, or usually without damaging it. Because this is a big chip, this is almost the same size as the APU. I always use the BGA station. There's 508 balls underneath this chip. It's no easy feat by any means. I have got one where I've removed it before, where I've took the chip for a donor chip. And that's it there. It's not an easy task. It looks a little bit like the looks a little bit like an old style GPU or a Northbridge. It's the safe bridge. It's basically responsible for all of the input and output devices. Thank you, Roger. Cheers, mate. But yeah, it's basically responsible for all input and output devices, which is what led me to believe it was a safe bridge to start with. If it's not generating the power rails, then the chances are it's going to be the safe bridge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat this up. You can see here it's gradually increasing. This increases at the way I've got it set, it increases at 1 degree per second. So that's called a ramp rate. The ramp rate is how fast it heats up. The ramp rate is set to a flat 1, which is 1 degree per second. So I can have this increase by as much as I want per second. But basically that's going to heat up until that gets to 220 degrees Celsius, as you can see by the... Well, you probably can't see. Let me zoom in. Because you probably can't see it. Why didn't I select the right camera? 4K Stream Edition. There you go. So you can see that now. Let me turn autofocus off. So yeah, it's a little bit zoomed in, but basically you can watch that now and see how it's running. So basically that's going to heat up to 100 to 220 degrees Celsius. At that point, this heater is going to kick in. So that heater will kick in then, and that will increase again at 1 degree per second, but it'll hold at 100 degrees for about 30 seconds, and then it'll increase to 140 degrees. It'll hold again for another 15 seconds or so, and the reason it holds is to allow the heat to transfer and for the board to catch up with the temperature that's actually being put out by the plate. They are very accurate machines, and they do take a lot to get used to. Yeah, I'm very limited on space, mate. I really am. Very limited on space. So this takes around about 7 minutes to fully complete, roughly. But then, I'll go into the entire process again to get this chip off. The only problem with this is... Let me just switch to the other camera on the... Oh shoot, no, hang on. I've got to switch to the camera on here first, and then I can disable it. Well, then I can go over to it on that one. So the only problem with this is the fact that there are capacitors just here and just here. And the problem with that is when you heat these up, they like to go kaboom. They like to pop. So sometimes you get fireworks, which is pretty funny. Yeah, that thing's probably paid for itself 20 times over, mate. I'll be honest. It's probably paid for itself 20 times over, that machine. Very well worth the investment. If you're serious on repairs, you want to get yourself a BGA machine. If you're struggling to get chips off, you can use it for that. If you're struggling to get HDMI ports off, you can use it for that. You can use it for loads of stuff. Loads of stuff. But it does take a lot of practice to get used to. And the thing is as well is they are machine specific when it comes to the temperatures. You've got to play with it. So you need a fair few donor boards to make sure you don't popcorn the chips, where you basically lift layers off the chips because it's heating up too fast or unevenly. And then you need to clean all the old pads. That's fun. Yeah. So the problem is I've got to do this again on that machine with this one, because even though I'm not going to be using this chip, I'm not going to be reusing this chip at all. The problem is, if I try and take this off with hot air, then there's a good chance I'm going to tear traces underneath, and that's not going to be fun. To have to do BGA trace repair is not a fun task. So, yeah, we could be here all night. The general consensus for me is generally around about 7 to 8 minutes per 100 balls, and there's 508 balls on each. On a South Bridge, I think it's 508. But the general consensus for me is it's around about 7 to 8 minutes for 100 balls, so it shouldn't take me that long to do. Because I haven't got a stencil. I have got a stencil for this, I just don't know where it is because I've never used it. Because I bought the stencil after I rebuilt the first ever one of these, and then I've never used it since. Because it's rare these fail. It's rare they fail. And even with the amount of consoles I see, I still haven't come across one. So this might be the first one in a long time that's failed. Right, let me switch back to this other camera on my camera software. Oh no, hang on. I need to switch back on OBS first, and then I can switch back on there. Yeah, so there you go. So the top plate right now is on 122 degrees Celsius. I probably shouldn't touch that because it's bugging hot. But the top plate is on 122. You'll see that increase until it gets to 140, and then it'll freeze again. But they are fairly precise machines. PS3 is giving... yeah, I can't help on that ever, mate. You're best off... I've got no experience with PS3s. So you're better off you're better off asking on Discord for that. Someone might be able to help on that. !Discord in the YouTube chat. I'll give you the link. I need to set it up so as it does Twitch as well. But yeah, this machine has probably paid for itself 20 times over. It's very well worth the investment. I use it at least every couple of days. At least. Another thing with these as well is because when your HDMI encoder on the Xbox One X fails, they tend to weld themselves to the board, which means it's impossible to get off. And I very often use this. I'll very often use this machine for it. Right, so there's that chip. I'm not bothered about this chip. Not bothered about the board, so I can move the board out of the way. I'm not bothered so much about this chip, whether it heats up too quick or not. I just want the chip off. So while the machine's still running, I'm going to put this one on. And it might remove it quick enough. But that chip is off. But I'm not bothered if I kill this chip because I'm not going to be putting it back on. So this might remove quick enough before the machine stops. You'll hear a loud beep when the machine's finished. But then it might not, and I might have to run it again. Okay, yeah, that's going to lift up before it finishes. It's already started to lift. And there you go. So that's my old chip. I'm going to move the board out of the way. I'm going to move the top plate out of the way, and I'm going to stop that. I'm going to leave that board there to cool down because I don't want that board to cool down too quickly. I'm going to open the door as well because it's pretty smoky in here. Worth its weight in silver only if you know how to use it. That is very true. It's very, very true, mate. Right, so yeah, that chip is scrap. You can see how clean it actually removes the chip. I could probably drop that chip straight back on and it would probably work. This is the chip that I've just took off. But look at how clean it removes the chip. I could probably drop that chip straight back on. But we don't want to give you that. What we want to do is we want to prep this chip. This one obviously come off a little bit rougher because I wanted it off the board as quick as I possibly could. So I'm going to inspect and make sure I've got no bubbles on the chip before I sit here and reboard it. Doesn't appear so. Seems fine. So the first thing I want to do then is get this into a holder. So bear with me a sec, let me get a holder. Obviously if we're reboarding this, especially by hand, We don't want it to be moving around while we're reballing it. So I'm going to find a holder. If I can bleeding find one, that is. There we go, I got one. I'm going to grab myself a holder. And lock the chip in. Nice. Very nice. I don't use this holder very often. TheCod3r. Probably butchered your name there, sorry. Welcome. Long button. Is that one I want? There we go. I believe it's 508 solar balls. Right, so we need to prep this so as it's ready to accept new balls. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch to what I like to call the man-eater. And trust me, you'll know why in a minute. But I like to call this soldering tip the man-eater. And that's because it's freaking huge. It's like a shovel. I love this. I love this tip. It's not very often I get to use it either. I'm going to add some flux. So when I first started practicing reballing, I actually did it on these chips. So I'm going to wait for this to heat up. I'm going to actually increase the temperature to 450. Because this is a very big tip and it takes a lot to actually heat up. I'll increase my temperature to 450. And then I'm basically going to just add solder. I'm going to add a load of solder. Trust me, the amount of fumes coming off this, you want to be careful. I'm just going to add a load of solder. Looks like a shovel. Oh yes. I love this tip. It's fucking awesome. And then I'm going to take a load of wick. So I'm going to just basically trim some wick off my... I'm going to trim some wick off my reel in a few sections. Round about an inch long. Inch and a half maybe. I'll try and get a nice clean tip. Big chungus tip, oh yeah. Honestly, this tip, best tip I've ever bought. Saved me so much time. So much time. It's definitely not for the faint-hearted. Look at that. Haha, she's a beaut. She is a beaut. Just gobbles that solder up. I don't know how this would perform on stuff like the TS100 or the T12. But on the Hakko, it takes a while to heat up, but the Hakko does seem to handle the thermal recovery pretty well. Right, so I'm gonna clean up the flux, and then I'm gonna add some more. That's what she said. Thank you, Johnny. I'm not an expert though, mate. Far from it. Alright, so it's hard to get all of this chip in focus, obviously. But, you know. So I'll add some more flux. Flux is all around. On every chip that I have found. Right, bear in mind, if you're not comfortable doing this, you can buy these chips for around about £15 each. Pre-balled. I might actually have some damaged pads on this one. I might have to get another one. Might have to get another chip. Might have a couple of damaged pads. Imagine someone using it to shave the face. I agree, part of learning is making mistakes. You know what, I've got a really good saying I have. And this is a quote that people will be quoting in 20,000 years. And they'll be saying, at the end of it, TheCod3r 2021. The moment you think you know everything is the moment you stop learning anything. And that is a quote I live by. So, you're going to see that on plaques in the year 3000. And people are going to be saying, the moment you stop learning, the moment you think you know everything, you stop learning anything. TheCod3r, 2021. Right, let's zoom in on this. Andrew said it's probably just flux. I will find out. I think it was just flux. Do you have a stencil for this? Yes and no. Yes, but where I don't know. Right. I need to go and grab me a fresh coffee because this is going to take a while. The code of the movie. Yeah, so this is going to take a while. So I'm basically, at the minute, I'm just checking to make sure that this is all flat, and it is. So I can't feel any uneven bumps or anything like that. And it's hard to get this in focus as well. There we go, I think that's in focus. Coffee and a cigarette. You got it. Yes, so I need to reball this. But it's going to take me at least 40 minutes. So I'm going to go and grab a cup of coffee. Because this is not the type of thing you want to do without a cup of coffee. So I'll be back in a minute. And I'm coming back. Ah, the beauty of wireless microphones. There we go. Turn that off. And let's let's get going. Let's get going. Right, so this is going to take a considerable amount of time. Yes, it can be boring. It's not fun for a lot of people. I find it quite relaxing to do, personally, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people find it really scary. So what I need to do first is add a little bit of flux. Now this is very important. You might think the more flux the better here, but there is such thing as too much flux here, and believe me, it's a very fine tolerance. That tiny bit of flux I've put on there is too much. I'm not even joking. That tiny bit of flux that I've put on there is too much. What you want to do is you want to spread it around evenly as much as you can. So make sure that there's flux on all of the pads where the balls are going to sit. But then you want to clean your finger off. You probably don't want to do it with your fingers, to be honest. But you want to sit there and you want to wipe as much of it back off as you can possibly wipe off. Because what you don't want to happen is you don't want it to end up puddling up. Because what we've got to do, we've got to flow these balls in. We've got to solder the balls on with hot air. You could use a BJ. I could use a BJA station, but where's the fun in that? But what you don't want to do is cause it to puddle up a load of flux. So basically, the less flux, the better. You want a minimal amount of flux for the solder balls to stay in place. You want to be able to go like this while the balls are on there without it moving. But at the same time, you don't want the solder balls to end up moving because there's a puddle of flux there. So you literally want a minimal amount, and I mean a minimal amount. Ed, welcome, buddy. So literally, when I say the smallest amount, like this bit here, this tiny bit here, where you can see a little puddle, that will cause a problem. That will cause the corner balls to puddle up and probably end up moving around. So you don't want puddles in the corners. And notice how I'm just wiping it away. Like I said, you want a minimal amount of flux. Because once the balls are actually locked in place, because they don't actually have to be soldered to be locked in place, that can be part soldered. And once that's happened, you can add more flux and flow them with a higher amount of airflow. You can flow them with a higher airflow after you've locked them into place. So I'm going to try, I can't remember what size balls these are. They're either 0.55 or 0.6, so I'm going to check the 0.6 mil. Well, I would if it would allow me to. So these here are 0.6 mil, and they are absolutely perfect. Cool. Actually, they would fit, but I'm going to go smaller because that's going to allow it to lock in better. So one thing you got to remember is it doesn't matter on the size of the solder ball. I could use as big or as small as I actually want, as long as they're all even, as long as we're going to get a good contact on the board with whatever solder balls we've chose. So we need a good contact on the board, and they've all got to be even. It doesn't matter on the size of the ball. So when women say size matters, it doesn't. Not in this case. So I'm going to find some solder balls that are going to fit nicely. If I can find some. So all these women that say size matters, they're lying to you. They are lying. Point blank lying to your face. And I challenge anyone to prove me wrong. Challenge anyone to prove me wrong on that. What I also challenge people to do is find me some 0.55mm solder balls, because I can't find them. Thank you, Vladimir. Have a long nicotine drag. Relax. Cheers, mate. So you easy. Right, well, this is guesswork because the writing's melted off. So I don't know what size these are, but they look like they fit. I'm just going to spread a load all around the chip. Doesn't matter if we put too much on. All it's going to do is waste them. I'm going to grab a new pair of tweezers for this. And I'm going to get started. So it's going to take a little while to go into a little rhythm. I'm just going to try and remove any static off the tweezers by just moving the balls around a little bit. And then that should start to behave how I want them to behave. And that is to stick by the tweezers until I'm ready to move the tweezers away. Of course, these are not doing that. These ones want to play me up. Say balls about 69 more times. Oh mate, it's hard to keep a straight face. If you're wondering why I move my tweezers away and then suddenly it's behaving how I want it to, it's because I stuck the tweezers in my solder tip cleaner, my soldering iron tip cleaner, and just got rid of any crap off them. So these are new tweezers. They're closed fully. They're brand new tweezers. I've used them a couple of times. So there was a little bit of gunk on them. But this is going to be pretty boring for the next 40 minutes or so while I line all of these up. Not going any particular pattern. As long as I've got a ball on each pad. As long as I don't miss a pad. And as long as I don't knock them all out of the way. I don't really mind. I'll just do whatever comes naturally to me. But yeah, I'm probably not going to be talking much over the next half an hour, 40 minutes. It does take a lot of concentration, a lot of patience. Probably should have chose to do this job tomorrow, because I kind of had a feeling all along it was going to be the Southbridge. When the person who sent me this explained the issue, I always thought Southbridge. One little tip for this though, ideally you want the ball spread out evenly. You know, when you throw them on the chip, because that's all you're doing is literally just throw them on the pads, and then you move them into place afterwards. But ideally you want them as close. You want to work as close. So say for example these balls here, down here, you want these balls where they're spread out to be as close to where you're working as possible. You don't want to have to sit there and move, for example, this ball over here all the way over to the other side of the chip, because it's just going to take way too long. That's why you want to spread them out evenly when you throw the balls into place on the chip. So you'll notice occasionally I'll sit there and I'll scrape a bunch of them and move them to close to where I'm working. You don't want them so close that they're going to get in your way, but you do want them close enough so you haven't got to move all the way over to the other side of the chip every time you need a ball, because that would just take way too long. And by the way, this is not economically viable to sit there and hand reball chips. If you're going to do this on a regular basis, don't do as I say, don't do as I do. Get yourself a stencil. I've got one, I just don't know where it is. Because I don't use it. I paid 15 quid for a stencil and I've used it once. Okay, so while I've only done a few, do you remember what I said earlier about you don't want too much flux on there, but you want it to a point where you could realistically shake the chip and not knock out all the balls out of place? So I'm shaking that chip right now. The balls are not moving, so that should be realistically the perfect amount of flux on there. I'm going to light my cigarette again. Right, that's come loose in the chip holder, so I'm going to tighten it up a little bit. So yeah, you want this to a point where you can not have to worry about crashing into the chip with your hand or into the edge of the chip with your hand, with not so much flux where it's going to puddle up when you do start to flow it down, because that's when you're going to cause yourself some problems. I think it was Andrew Paul who recommends using like a card of some sort or a flat surface, flat straight surface, and just scrape the chip. I remember watching one of his videos once where he recommended that, and trust me, it works. Andrew Paul's got some very good tips on reballing with stencils. They don't have to be perfectly on these pads as well, because the air is going to knock them slightly out of line anyway. But that's why you don't want puddles. So again, like I say, just move a few over every now and again, little bunches, just to a rough area of where I'm working. You don't know this is a good chip, that's the problem. That's one problem, you don't know if this is a good chip or not. So I could do this and it could end up being a bad chip. It might not be the issue. I could have a completely different issue on the board. That's another problem. It's never guaranteed that it's going to be the issue. Which is why, whenever possible, it's always best to buy these. But I'm a cheapskate, and if I've got donor boards, I'm going to use them. And I won't throw that donor board away until I've used pretty much everything I can off it. Or at least all of the major components, the expensive stuff. Like these are like 15 quid a pop. So another problem is you can sit there and do all the diagnostics you want. I've sat there and tested all these voltage rails. I injected 5 volts and it was trying to turn on. And that led me to believe it's a safe bridge, but I could go out and spend £15 on one of these chips and then it might not be the issue, and then I've got to reball the chip anyway, so I may as well use a donor board if I've got one, because it takes me a little bit longer, but at the same time it also means that I'm not wasting money. Savage, I know. Yeah, that's why I recommend using a stencil. But anyone who knows me, you'll know I suck with stencils. I really do. I'm much better at doing this by hand. But yeah, this chip is a pretty expensive chip. They're not that cheap. 50, these range, depending where you buy it from, these range from between £15 to £20. Now, the PS4 original, that is a different story. PS4 original, just buy the chip, it costs £2. The CXD 90025G, which is a part number for the Southbridge on the PS4, and it's a very common issue. It's a very common cause of no power. The 90025G, just buy it because they cost £2. It's not worth, even with a stencil, it's not worth reboarding them. Not these days. They're too cheap. They're too cheap. I have reballed them, and I still do quite often if I've got none in stock. Because here's the thing, when it comes to Southbridges, I can't really gauge how many I need. Like when it comes to stuff like a HDMI encoder, I can roughly gauge how many I need. But when it comes to a Southbridge, no chance. And I don't want to overstock, because people could stop sending me these for repair tomorrow. And Sony could sort out the stock issue on the PS5, everyone could upgrade, and I could stop receiving these consoles, or stop receiving the PS5s as PS4s as repairs. You can change at any moment. That's the problem. It can change at any moment. So I don't want to overstock. Whereas HDMI encoders, I can safely buy 20 of them at a time and know that I'm going to use them. Like the retimer for the Xbox One X, I think I've got about 30 in stock at the minute. 25 to 30 in stock, something like that, and then donor boards as well. But the Xbox One X retimer, you can use them on the Xbox One S as well. Same as the PS4 Slim, I've got about 15 in stock, but I can use them on the PS4 Pro as well. Whereas the PS4 Original, I've got about 7 in stock because they are exclusive to the PS4 Original. Stock management is one important thing for this kind of stuff. Knowing how much to buy and when to buy it. I'm trying to keep a good stock of retimers because they are getting hard to buy. I'm trying to keep myself a nice good stock of them. Because retimers, I'll use them eventually. Even if retimer jobs slowed down drastically on the Xbox, I'll use them eventually. What is trace damage? I should probably change that title, shouldn't I? Trace damage is where you where the connection points on the board have been damaged. I'll change the title. There we go, that should have changed it. Top line done a line. Oh yeah. Right, so here you'll notice I've got barely any solder balls on this side. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move some out of the way. One thing with these as well, you want to do this in a comfortable position for yourself. So I'm left-handed, which is why I always start from the right. Because I'm left-handed, and if I start from the left, I'm just going to keep crashing into them. So I always start from the right. And as I'm turning the chip around to make it comfortable for myself, I'm still working from the right. At all times I'm working from the right hand side. If you're right-handed, work from the left. If you're left-handed, work from the right. I've got the tweezers in my left hand, so I'm working from the right to left. Because otherwise, I'm just going to keep crashing into the balls. Another problem with this, I could sit here and do this, and then when I go to flow the balls down, they could still merge. They could still merge. Just going to leave that one there, because why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and all of that good stuff. So if these merge, I'd basically have to try my best to clean the ones that have merged. So basically wick away the ones that have merged together without wicking away all of the rest of them, which is very difficult, especially if the ones that merge are in the middle. If they're on the edges, they're not too bad, but if they're on the middle, you end up having to take 2 to 3 rows out. Even using 0.8mm solder wick, you'd end up having to take 2-3 rows out just to be able to clean that one merge up. That's the problem. Right. I'm going to take a little break in a minute because you don't want to strain your eyes too much. Trust me, looking at this many balls, when they're half a centimetre each, sorry, half a millimetre each, I'm not even joking, 0.6mm. Well, these are actually probably 0.5mm. I don't know the exact size of these ones because they was in a tub where the writings come away from the packet. So these could be anywhere between 0.5 to 0.6mm. But when you're looking at this many for that long, it hurts your eyes. And that you don't want. So whenever you start to feel strain on your eyes, take a couple of minute break. Or if you start to find yourself struggling, like if you start to find yourself struggling to get the balls to align, just take a break, regroup. Because it means you're putting too much on yourself. It's not a marathon. It's not a race, rather. I should probably go from top to bottom. Jimmy, welcome, mate. Mate, this look easy. It took me 3 days to do one. Oh yeah, you've done one of these, haven't you? Don't get anything being smaller than a whole millimetre. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit strange. But if you think about it, there's that many things that this chip does. It needs this many connections, so they have to be, like, the pads have to be as small as they can because the pads have got to make a contact with the board. Because otherwise, I would have to make the chip bigger. Did it actually take you 3 days to do one of these, Andrew? Right, so sometimes I might go out to view as well. It's because what I can see under the microscope is twice what you can see under the microscope with the camera. It's just the way microscopes work. The camera's always got a lower field of view than the microscope. Than the optical ports, rather. It's the same with trinocular microscopes as well. Because I use a stereo microscope and I've just converted one of the ports to a camera. Because I can't use both eyepieces at the same time anyway because of the way my eyes are. I have too much light gets into my left eye. And for that reason I can't use both eyepieces at the same time. So rather than buying a trinocular, I just bought a normal stereoscope. I will buy a trinocular eventually, so is everything centered, but it's not top of my priority list. Right, so I'm going to finish this row and then I'll take a break because I'll be pretty much halfway through then, or almost halfway through. Or rather this, I'm going to finish this this quarter. Try and keep it in view. Because when it comes to doing the rest after this quarter, I'm going to have to do the middle ones. And the other side where the middle ones are. Because otherwise I'm going to end up crashing into them. I still remember the first time I ever tried to do this. It took me days to get one of these done. What's on my list? A camera, mate. A Sony ZV-1 camera. It's very expensive. That I'm planning on getting at the end of the month, hopefully. I've saved up my YouTube earnings for 2 months. So I've got like something like £1,400 coming off YouTube in the next week, I think. About a week. No, 12 days. So in just under 2 weeks I've got about £1,400 coming from YouTube. Or just over £1,400. Because I didn't withdraw it last month. And it gets paid on around about the 24th. I did fix my hot air gun, mate. Yeah, I replaced the handle. I still need to edit the video for that. Something went wrong on my part. Yeah, I was just inexperienced, mate. Didn't know what I was doing. Didn't know how to actually do it properly at the time. First one of these, this exact chip is the chip that I was practicing manually reboarding chips. At the time, no one was doing it on YouTube at all. This was like 2 years ago, and there was 1 or 2 videos where someone had done it, but they'd put some stupid ass techno music over it, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to do this, but I'm actually going to learn to do it, and I'm going to teach other people to do it properly without that stupid music. I hate video. If I watch a video and it's got that stupid techno music over it, I'll click off straight away. Because that type of video to me is just people saying, "Oh, look what I can do." I'd rather say, right, this is what I can do, and this is how you can do it as well. Damn it, these solder balls are starting to stick together. But yeah, with that stupid music over it, it's like, nah, look what I can do. No talking. Just annoying music and a sped up video. No effort on the creator's part. I don't like that. I like to, if I'm going to show someone that I can do something, I'm going to teach them how to do it themselves to the best of my ability. I've started from the outside, mate. Yeah. Call ZVE10. ZVE10 is a more expensive one, isn't it? What makes a hot air gun good or bad? Consistent heat makes it good. Bad is using poor quality part. Having the fan inside the handle rather than on the machine itself. That's pretty much it. See, people usually apply a thin film of flux on it first. Yeah, that's what I do, mate. Yeah. I'm just trying to catch up on chat. I'm just taking a 2-minute break. Thank you, Roger. I appreciate that, mate. Yeah, that's the thing. That's another thing. Yeah, I agree with Vladimir there. You want a consistent heat. You want to know what you need to be in control of how much hot air you bring into the board at all times. Yeah, thank you, Robert. Have a good night, buddy. You need to be in control of what you're putting into the board at all times, and if you've got inconsistent heat, then you're not going to be in control. It's going to be too sporadic. Right, so I'm just going to attempt to move these balls out of the way. So I need most of these balls over this side and down the bottom now. But I also need some balls in the middle, so just move them around, put them where I need them. The funny thing is, if I was doing this on my own, I'd probably be doing it by eye, without the scope. The problem with those cheap hot air guns as well, I mean, they're fine, but the problem with them cheap hot air guns is they're really poorly designed in terms of the outer chassis. So over time, if you're using them for a prolonged period of time, you'll end up melting the outer casing. That black, that black handled one. That black handled one tends to have an issue with melting, and you end up having to replace the thing. It's pretty annoying. Yeah, if I was doing this off camera, I'd be doing it by eye, which is a lot less strainful on your eyes. It's easier under the microscope, but it's a lot of strain. Buy cheap, buy twice. I agree, mate. Couldn't agree more there. I started off with a cheap hot air gun, as I believe probably most of us probably have. And the amount of times I've had to replace the handle on that when I had it for like 2-3 years, because I bought that hot air gun. The first gun I bought, because I was in a car crash when I was in 2016. I was in a pretty bad car crash, and I got £12,000 compensation. No, £13,000 compensation. I got. That's how much I received. I received £13,000 in compensation, and the first thing I went out and bought was a hot air gun. And my God, I wish I'd have just bought a decent one. Cause I paid £70 for a Yiwa 853D, And within a month, even just doing hobby stuff, within a month I had to replace it. Well, I had to replace the handle because I'd melted it. And that was just while I was practicing. What currency is Rube? I don't know. Thank you, Vladimir. Let's say 176 Celsius is good for making sugar brown. 278C makes eutectic solar flow. Rubies. Okay. Alright, so as you're moving around with this, just keep your area nice and clean. So you notice I've got no balls on this side. Because obviously I don't want the balls to be stray and end up floating all over the place when I apply hot air. So I don't want just random balls sitting on the chip. Because they will move around. If there's no pad there holding them down. You've got to think there's a tiny little groove on each of these pads. Which is why the balls are sitting nice and flat on the pads. John, welcome, buddy. Long time no see, mate. I haven't spoken to you for a while. Welcome, though. How's it going, mate? I mean, I know we're in different time zones. That's the problem as well. Time zones. Time is it there? About 10 o'clock in the US? Do you know if the TDP158 will cause low resolution on a 1X? It would, but you're most likely... Well, it depends on what type of low resolution you've got. Can you go into the display options, video fidelity and overscan, set it to manual, and then can you pick 1440p from there? Because if you can, then you could have an issue with the SDIC. Ah, damn it. Yeah, it's... Oh yeah, shit, you're in Caribbean. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, mate. 9:47 PM. I was pretty close. Well, it's 2:47 AM here. Good thing is, I get a line in the morning because Sarah's walking to the school. We live like 2 streets away from the school. I do usually take him in the morning. But Sarah's walking down tomorrow. She said she wants to walk. Yeah, time zones are a big issue. I appreciate you watching the vids though, mate. You've been a long time viewer now. It's got to be going on 18 months. I'm surprised that a lot of people being here still after 18 months. Now, you was probably one of the first couple of thousand subscribers. It's nice to see that is. Said it had 508 balls. Has it not? I could have miscounted when I did check it. It's been like 18 months. I could be wrong. Has it got 508 or am I wrong? I'm not counting. Could be something else that's got 508 balls. I know the PS4 has got between 393 and 400 depending which model you go for. No audio and low res sounds like a cascading fault. Might be water damage. It could be the encoder, mate. I mean, the encoder is going to be the best thing to try and change. But if the encoder don't fix it, well, number one, make sure your HDMI port is good and that it's clean. So make sure there's no kind of gunk, no kind of flux, no damaged pins. And then if not, then just try replacing the HDMI encoder. The unfortunate thing is there's usually no real way. I've only got 2 myself. There's no real way to check the HDMI encoder. Sometimes, very rarely, one of the caps will show up short, but it is literally very, very rare. So the best thing to do is probably just change it if you've got one lying around. And if not that, then the ESD IC also causes low resolution. So the ESD is basically just a pack of diodes. I've got a video on my channel where you can bypass that, but then you need to manually select the video fidelity and manually set it to HDMI, and then you can only go up to 1440p after that if you bypass that ESD IC. The 1S you can get the chip for, but the 1X you can't. What are the signs of trace damage on the PS5? Did that not change the title? Trace damage on the PS5 was well, that was at the start of the stream. Well, basically, it's where the connections that connect the HDMI port to the motherboard are torn off the board. It wasn't actually that bad, it was only one trace. Right now I'm trying to fix a no power issue on a Xbox One. Xbox One S, sorry. Right. I've determined it as a no power issue because of the South Bridge. I could be wrong. I could be wasting my time sitting there manually reboarding this chip, but you know. I'll tell you one person who does who I know does this on a regular basis. Paul at Lewis Rossman's place. He manually reballs these. Not these, the SMC, which is basically the same thing as this. Paul from Lewis Rossman's place reballs the SMC on a MacBook by hand, quite regular, and he's quite good at it as well. It's funny watching Lewis Rossman try and do this because his hands are definitely nowhere near steady enough. Did anyone actually count these and see if I was right on how many was on it? It's been a long time since I counted them, but I'm pretty sure it was 508. My head is starting to hurt now as well. It's almost time for... Well, technically it's not time for painkillers. Shouldn't really be taking my painkillers at this time because I should be in bed, but because I'm awake I'll have to take some because otherwise I won't sleep. But my head and neck are starting to give me a little bit of jip, so once I've reballed this and I've actually reinstalled it onto the board, if it don't work I'll pick it up tomorrow. If it don't work I will carry it on tomorrow. So it's literally going to be reball this, install it, test it, and then that'll be it then for the night. So no matter whether it works or not, it's going to be time for me to take medication soon, so I will have to end the stream after I finish this. It's going to take me about another 10 minutes, I'd say, to do this. I don't know how long it's took me. I could take tablets and then come back, but I have got to be up in the morning as well, so I haven't got to be up in the morning, but at some point I've got to be up, and it is 3 AM almost. So the longest I can stay on there is about another half an hour. The problem is as well is them long streams. Right, let me just clean these tweezers because they're starting to stick. Travis, are you from the US? You are, aren't you? Yeah, so I could take painkillers now and then come back, but I'd rather just wait because then, see, obviously painkillers, you take them every 4 hours. I mean, I've been streaming how long? How long have I been filming? 4 hours, 40 minutes, but it was about 2 hours before that I actually took some painkillers. It was about 8 PM. But they don't actually last that long. They last a couple of hours. So I want to take painkillers just before I go to bed because I'm not going to wake up in the night in pain. Would be nice to have a pick and place machine. Oh yeah, it would be. I'm going to start moving these down. There's too many on here. I've got too many balls on the pads, on the chip. So I'll move a few off. I can always add some more if I need to. So I can put a few back on. But I don't want so many on here that it's going to cause me to have issues. But there's not that many to do now. But yeah, I don't want to wake up in the night in pain, so I'd rather take them once I've ended the stream. That's the problem with having a neck injury. Constantly in pain. Even with the painkillers I still feel it. But you have to live with it, unfortunately. Right. This piece of fluff that's on there, you don't want to leave that on there. Even if you knock 10 balls out doing it, it will cause them balls to merge. So when that fluff starts to burn, it's going to put all of the solder balls that it's underneath. Where is Jason? Jason's probably asleep by now, mate, to be honest. Jason goes to bed fairly early. He gets up really, really early. Like, he gets up at like 5 AM, 4 AM some days. I'm usually just going to bed by then. Well, in my own time zone, obviously. But Jason gets up really early. Yeah, it's not going to take much longer now. There's like 42 balls left to do. Still way too many on here. Like I said, I can always add some more. If I pull too many off, they're only down by the side of the chip. It's when you get close to the end that it gets more difficult. Not slept in 48 hours, 36 hours. Jesus Christ, why? Go to sleep, dude. Make yourself ill. So you notice you start crashing into balls when you get down to this end. I can turn it round, and in fact that's probably going to be more difficult because I'm going to have a lot more to my left then. But you can turn it round and make it more comfortable. Being left-handed, I'm going to have a lot more to my left doing it this way. I shouldn't have done it in the order that I did it. I should have left this row here, this square in the corner. I should have left. I made a little bit of a mistake by doing it in that order. So I wouldn't have a weird square here if I'd done it right. So like I said, yeah, it does get rough towards the end. It always does. Even if you're right-handed, it's going to get rough. But like I said, I can always add a few balls. Obviously, the balls that I've already pulled off are just down by the side. I haven't thrown them away. They're just down off to the side. I will throw them away, so they will get thrown. I won't reuse them once they've come out of the tub. They're cheap enough. And it's like £15 for $250,000. Trust me, when you've got 500 balls on a chip, $250,000 goes a long way. Goes a long way. It does start to get a little bit more tricky towards the end. You'll find the last 10 will take longer to do than the last 50 before them. It's just the way it is. You've got restricted space, you've got more gunk because you've had to pick balls up off the holder to be able to line up. And you've got nowhere to move your tweezers. So you're not able to move freely. Only one ball. And of course me, I'll pick two up. There we go. Beautiful. When you need painkillers just for getting dosed. Now, I have to take painkillers because of an accident. But you learn to live with it, unfortunately. I'm just checking for stray balls. Seems good. Okay, cool. So, I'm ready to flow this down now. Once I've drunk my coffee. Right, so I've knocked my airflow down to 2% at 460 Celsius, and I've took the nozzle off, and I'm basically just going to use really low airflow at a very high distance, so something like around about 6 inches away from the chip. Very low airflow at a big distance. Credit where it's due. Cheers, mate. I'm used to it though, mate. This is what people don't understand, is I'm used to it. I make it look a lot easier than it is because I'm used to it. But all it takes is practice. Trust me, mate, when I say I used to struggle my arse off doing this. Right, so one thing I want to say is, can you see the flux puddling up there? Oh, have you got no medication? Oh shit. That's why you're not sleeping then. Right, so you can see a bit of flux puddling up there. That's why you want to make sure there's as little flux as possible on the board to get the job done. Because you don't want it to puddle up. You can always add flux afterwards. Please have a breath, a sip of coffee, and a couple of cigarettes. Thank you, mate. Right, so you can see these are going to be pushing themselves in line. They're going to start pulling themselves in as the chip heats up. Obviously I can't get the entire chip on the screen. I can get a lot of it on the screen, but I can see the entire chip, but you guys can't. So yeah, the difference in the microscope compared to the camera is that different. Is that huge? Where I can see the entire chip and more, whereas you can just see half of the chip. I have got a stencil, but I don't know where it is because, like I said, like I said earlier, I've only ever had to use it once, so I've lost it. I've got it somewhere. I'm going to start to come in closer now that the chip's heated up and that all the flux is pretty much melted. Start to come in closer and keep the air moving around. So now, if these balls are going to merge now, it's too late. There is absolutely nothing I can do now that's going to stop them merging. So there's a couple of balls in the top right corner and they're getting a little bit close to each other. So whether or not they actually merge is a different question. But there's absolutely nothing I can do to stop it once it's locked into place like that. So the only thing I can do now is just hope that they don't merge. But they're probably going to. There's actually a few which might. Vladimir just said flux time and he's getting close to flux time. So once I add flux, I can increase the airflow and then just hope that they pull into place. But most of those balls that look like they could merge are all around the edge, so it wouldn't be the end of the world if they did. So this is the problem with using hot air. So I'm going to wait for this to all settle. Balls almost touching, yeah, very close. It might come to a point where I've got to wick a few of them away, but I can increase the airflow in a minute. And sometimes it pulls them away from each other, sometimes it pushes them closer together and they end up merging. But unfortunately, if it's not immediately obvious like it basically wasn't this time, if it's not immediately obvious, there's not a lot you can do about it other than just hope that they pull away from each other. I'm going to add flux all over the chip. And now I'm going to increase the airflow. I'm going to go 460 at 40%. Is chip burnt at the bottom? No, it's going to be flux, mate. So I can increase the airflow now, and actually let's go 20%. Let's not go that high. I'm used to my other hot air gun, and that was a lot weaker than this one. I'm still at a distance. Actually, I probably want to go lower than that. I probably want to go 10%. The problem with this chip, the reason it's so difficult is because the distance between each board is so fine. So some of these balls are pulling into place now. I've actually got one that's merged in the corner. Can you see it? Just there. Right, that's not actually merged, it's just come off the pad. So luckily, I can just shift that one board out of the way. And same with the other one. Well, if he ever wants to come off the tweezers, I can add them balls manually afterwards. So because they didn't stick, I can add them manually. It's not going to cause an issue. There is going to be some balls merged in that top right corner. That's for definite. Okay, another one's come off the pad. Whether or not it's merged is a different question. But basically, before I can check, I need to wait for it to cool down. Right, it didn't merge, but it did come off the pad. I think that's all of them that are going to come off. Top left corner 2 separation. No, top left's fine. I think. It appears to be. Yeah, so we've got 2 balls down here. And we've got one there, which decided not to play ball, pun intended. Pun intended. So I'm going to add a ball there. Drop back down to 1%. And then hopefully this will flow. And lock on the pad, come on. There you go. Can't even remember which one that was now. Left top. I can't see an issue on left top, mate. That left top, I can't see an issue. Yeah, they're floating fine, yeah. That's what I was just thinking. I was thinking, which ones was you referring to? Right. So if this ever wants to actually sit on the damn pad, there you go. That should be within tolerance. No, you're good, mate. Don't worry. If I think I've missed something, I appreciate people telling me. Or if someone thinks I've missed something, I appreciate them telling me. Come on, Mr. Solder Ball, get on your pad and lock into place. Come on, you're not quite in line. I can see him slightly up. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Solder Ball. Ah, another one's come off. Fuck you, Solder Ball. Oh wow, they're not floating at all, am they? And some of them balls are not even floating. Right, well, I'm sure they'll flow in a minute. When I increase the airflow, they will solder on. And some of that left hand side isn't even soldered. Come on, you will sit on your pad. You will be a happy little ball. Scratch it. No. You will be a happy little ball. Solder ball, solder ball. Does whatever a solder ball does. Can it make a contact? No, it can't. It's a solder ball. Come on, lock into place. Come on, you know you want to. Come on, solder ball. I see you starting to move. Boop. Just flowing down this left hand side. So that cool down a second. Yeah, so some of them balls are actually still not flowed in, which is really weird. But in a minute, I'm going to increase the airflow. Okay. So I'm going to increase the airflow to 40%. Actually, let's go 30. And I'm going to heat it up from the top. I'm going to focus more on this left hand side. And that should be done. That should be done. Vapors, yeah. I know, I know. That should all be flowed. If it's not, there's something wrong. Okay, cool. I'm going to lift this chip off in a moment. So this is the problem, is it holds the heat for a long time. And that's not even the holder that's doing that, because the holder is ceramic around the edges. The holder is ceramic. Okay. So that chip is very hot. But that looks perfectly acceptable to me. 5:21 AM there, dang. Yeah, that looks acceptable to me. Cool. Right, so I'm going to move my jiggity jig 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 out of the way, and that big ass solder ball which randomly ended up there. And now I can take the board. So I'm going to do the same with the board now as I did with the chip. I'm going to clean it up. Now this is where I need to be careful, because obviously on here there's components which could get knocked off. So I need to be a bit more careful here. So you can see the size of it. It's almost as big as the chip. But obviously I only get one shot at this. Whereas with the chip, if I screwed the chip up, if I tore pads on the chip, I'd just go into the chip. Whereas this, actually I'm going to use a smaller tip for this, because if I screw the pads up on the chip, then it's fine, I can just get another chip. If I screw the pads up on the console, then it's either I'll do trace repair or it's game over. And trace repair underneath a BGA chip, it's not easy. I don't enjoy doing trace repair on a BGA chip. It's not easy in the slightest. Right, I'm going to put that somewhere it's not going to melt anything. And I'm going to use... I use this chisel tip. So yeah, I'm going to use this. I'm going to use a normal iron tip instead, because I don't want to end up damaging the board. I've got a bit more control with a smaller iron tip. By the way, when you can see fumes coming up in my face, I'm not breathing. Just for the record, I'm not actually breathing it in. I hold my breath. That's a fine example of why you want to go around in a circle. Can you see how that basically lost all the heat? Whereas if I'm moving around in a circle, it don't. If I go in a straight line, see he's losing the heat there? So I go in a circle, it stops it from losing the heat. Science, don't know why. I've already got some wick cut away. Random solder ball sitting there. Just a question I need to answer, wondering where to go to get reliable potentiometer and joystick support PS4 controller. I'll just buy mine from AliExpress, mate, to be honest. I buy them in bags of 50 from AliExpress. Link for my website, there should be one in the video description, mate. Unless Restream hasn't put a description again. Probably not. So yeah, I'll just buy those from AliExpress, £20 for 50, and they seem to work okay. Although that said, I don't actually do controller repairs for actual jobs, I just do them for myself, because it's not viable. Not when you can buy them so cheap. I generally do them for myself and other family members, and that's literally all I do controller repairs for. Thank you, Combat. I appreciate that, mate. Are those the ones with the button? Do you mean the ones you can press down on the analog stick? If so, yeah. They're the same ones that you get on the Xbox One. These are supposed to be OEM. I don't think they're probably not, but yeah, the button's there on them. So they do click and press in. But yeah, 20 quid for 50. That's what I pay for them. I mainly use Gootwick solder braid, mate. Or MG chemicals. After I've run out of Gootwick, I've got 50 foot of MG chemicals to use up. I've made a right mess of that because I let it dry. Damn it. I let it go dry and hard. Alright, a little tip, if you get stuck cleaning up the flux, tech spray is better. Isopropyl alcohol's cheaper. Yeah, if you get stuck cleaning the flux, warm it up. Boom. So yeah, you can keep your tech spray, Travis, and I'll use hot air and IPA, mate. I'll use hot air and IPA. Tech spray is basically just overput. Oh, tech spray wick. I thought that was a cleaner. Never tried it. I thought it was a cleaner. I was about to say it's an overpriced IPA. No, I've got 50 foot of this stuff here to use. Super Wick 454. 50 foot of the stuff. I haven't tried this yet. This was 20 quid for a reel off eBay. Off Amazon. I was running low and my delivery hadn't come. So I bought that just in case. And then my delivery come the next day. It's Wick. Better than Goat Wick. I haven't tried it, mate. I'll have to buy some and give it a try. Right, let me have a look at these. I've got the e-cups now as well. Just for the record. No, 9.9% IPA makes a fire hot. Right, so this is why I inspect it, look, because we've still got some pads here which are not clean. I've got some there, some there. But yeah, not many, but there's still a few. Where did I put my wick? Yeah, I'll have to try that tech wick, mate. I don't mind tech spray. I don't mind trying new things. I genuinely don't. Right, my goat wick fell on the floor. That's where it went. Yeah, I use IPA to light garden fires as well in my fire bin. It goes up pretty quick. Right. I'll tell you what I should do. You know all this wick that we use, we should all just save it all up. Once we've finished with it, we should just chuck it in a tub and then at the end of the year just weigh it in as copper. See how much we get for it. See how much we actually earn back off it. That would be interesting to see, actually. To be honest. Is it getting cold out there? No, it's still 15 degrees in my workshop, mate. You have to remember I'm using some pretty high powered equipment, so like it stays fairly warm a lot of the time. Right, so let me just clean this up one more time. And then I'm going to install the chip. Right, so the chip, if you look at the chip, you can remember which orientation it goes in. I don't know if there's a... Actually, yeah, there is a marker just there. But if there wasn't a marker, this specific chip, in one corner there's one ball missing. So you can just look at the chip and see which corner it's missing. And if you look, it's missing in that one corner where that dot is. So to turn the chip round, make sure that it's in the right orientation, and then we're going to move it out the way and add some flux. So there's already some flux on the chip, which is why I didn't clean it. The good thing about these chips is it is lined up. It has got guidelines on it, which means that it's not going to be difficult to line up. I actually know that it's going to be in position. But again, if it didn't have them guidelines on there, there's a little trick I like to use. And that is, when you're working with a BGA, you get it roughly in position, and then you press down and wiggle your fingers. You see how that's not moving at all? That's not budging. Doesn't matter how much I wiggle my fingers, that's not budging. Now, if this was slightly out of line, so if it was like there, so if that was slightly misaligned, ignore the lines, the guidelines. I'm just saying for if it's not got guidelines. If that was slightly misaligned, it's going to wiggle. But if it's perfectly lined up like that, then that chip's not going to move. So you can press down on the chip, give it a wiggle, and if the chip don't move, it's lined up and it's locked in. So that's actually not perfect, but it would do. That's perfect. But then because you're putting pressure on it, your fingers are going to stick to the chip. So I like to use some tweezers, press down on it, move my finger out of the way, and then I can move the tweezers out of the way. But that's about as good as it was about as good as you're going to get in terms of lining it up. So there you go. I know there's a couple of balls just there, so I'm going to get those off. So the problem is with this is there's flux on the bottom of the chip, or rather on the top of the chip, which was the bottom of the chip while I was reboarding it. So I'm going to get rid of them. Yeah, get the extra balls off the chip, yeah. That's just stuff what got caught on the chip. There you go. So like I said, there's dry gunked up flux and all sorts all over the chip. But it'll clean up fine afterwards, as long as you get the stray balls off it. And then make sure it's locked in. And we're good to go. Computer Booter, welcome by the way, mate. I'll give you a little bit of a shout earlier about the guidelines on the PS5 thing. Interesting fingering technique. Right, so this, obviously it's a big chip again, so I'm going to use the BGA station. But I'm going to set my partition to partition 1, and I'm just going to use my top plate. So it's going to be quicker. It's leaded solder, so I don't need to worry too much about heat distribution, because it's going to melt the leaded solder before it melts the solder that's on the. It's going to melt the leaded solder before it melts the rest of the solder, so I don't need to worry too much about heat distribution now. So I'm going to flow this down. I'm going to get it roughly in line. And then flow it down using the BGA station, if I can. I'm going to line it up. Make sure it's centre. And then I'm going to run that. And what that's going to do, it's going to turn the bottom plate on, but the top plate is going to instantly kick in because I've changed it. I've changed the settings based on a profile. Yeah, cheers, computer booster, mate. I appreciate that. So yeah, this is the part where it either fails miserably or works spectacularly. So what I'm looking for now, I can't show you this bit, but what I'm looking for is when the solder balls start to flow, I'm looking for the chip to drop. So it's gonna be level on the board, but then all of a sudden the chip's just gonna slightly drop, and that's when I know that the solder balls are all melted. When I can't see those balls anymore, that's when I know they're going to be melted, which is why I've got the light on it as well, because then I can see the underneath of the chip, and I'm going to know when them solder balls are flowed and when it's looking good. So I'm going to monitor this carefully. It should drop when this hits around about 180 or 170 degrees Celsius ish, because the solder balls are really small, so they do melt a lot quicker than normal solder would. So I'm looking to see this chip drop. So I'm going to monitor it carefully, so you won't really hear me talk now. So like I said, I want to keep a close eye on this. Hopefully you guys can see enough. So we're on 160 right now. Flux is starting to bubble. And the chip is almost dropped right to the bottom of the board. So around another 10 seconds. And the chip should end up flat to the board. Or there about flat to the board. Flat to the board as much as we can see with the eye, at least. Keeping a close eye. Okay, I'm happy with that. It appears to be fairly flat to the board. Okay, I'm going to need to move the top plate out of the way. I'm also turning the fan on for this top plate as well, just to cool it down. But that should be soldered. At the gym working out and watching this, nice. Wash hands. Yeah. Okay. So that board's very hot right now. Very hot. But the chip itself looks good. I'll show you that on an angle under the scope in a minute. But the chip itself looks good. I'm not going to worry about cleaning it for now. I'm going to wait for it to cool down. But I am going to grab a heatsink. If I can find one. If I find one, I've got loads here. There we go. Right, it's a bit dirty, it's a bit dusty, but I don't care. Purely for test purposes, just to keep the IPU cool if it does attempt to turn on. I don't want to put power through it yet because the board is still warm, but I don't want to cool the board down too quick because I'll cause thermal shock. And if you cause thermal shock, then you're in a whole world of trouble. Which is why I'm not adding isopropyl alcohol yet as well. It's going to work, hopefully. Move the board quite early. Yeah, I did. Ow. I did because I'm not really working around the IPU. The board's only really going to go into thermal shock if I rapid cool it. Or if I cool it really quick, it's going to go into thermal shock. But if I cool it gradually, you know, with ambient temperatures, then it's fine, or it should be fine. So I'm going to clear this bit. So notice I'm just using a bit of IPA on the cloth. I'm only clearing this bit now because I want to show you what it looks like underneath the chip. Yeah, I'll check the rails, mate, yeah. I'm not putting power through it yet though, the board's still a little bit too warm. So I'm just kind of killing time at the minute. So I'll check the voltage rails in a minute. But I'm waiting for it to cool down. It's still warm. A general rule of thumb is if you can hold it and not burn yourself, then it's safe enough to turn on. An uncomfortable temperature for humans is 45 degrees Celsius. So if you can hold the board without burning yourself for a long period of time, like that's starting to burn my fingers here now, so that's still above 45 degrees Celsius. So it's not safe to turn on yet. But it won't take much longer now to actually cool down. But I want to try and show underneath the chip if I can. Coffee time. Nah, it's going to be end of stream time soon, so. Well, I can't get a view of that side. It's a bit too high. So there's a bit of flux and whatnot under the chip. But that's what it looks like. So you can see the solder balls are all nicely adhered to the chip. And if you look at the APU, it's pretty much exactly the same. Pretty much exactly what it looks like. Pin 94 bridged. Bollocks you. They're not pins anyway. Ha! That's how that looks pretty good. There's no merging, no warping. So let's plug power in, see if it gives us 5 volt back, first and foremost. If it don't give us 5 volt, then it's that backfired. Little bit, mate. Yeah, if it don't give us 5 volt, then we've got nothing. So yeah. But then again, we could just try and see if it turns on. Save checking voltage valves, let's just see if it actually turns on. Ah, you fucker. Don't turn on. Unless that power supply is in safe mode. No. Ah. That sucks. That sucks, it don't turn on. Right. It could be a bad safe bridge, I don't know, but bad is in the same fault. Doubtful. Hate this part, yeah. It's alright. It's all good. No 5 volt. In fact, that same 5 volt is short. That sucks. That's a bad safe bridge. Oh, no. Oh, oh man. 5 volt is short. It's a bad safe bridge. No. Oh, that sucks. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Wait, why is that not sorted anymore? Really? Really? Like, it's going to show short when there's power running through, but there wasn't any power in it then. I unplugged it. Alright, let's try injecting 5 volt. See what happens. Actually, let's see if we get... $1.1? Still not generating... It's still not generating standby voltages. No, I didn't put the R1 back on for sure. Ah, that sucks. Bad things would happen, yeah. Right, I could try reflowing the safe bridge with hot air. It's not going to hurt it. Just to see if it didn't go down properly on a couple of pads. So I'm going to try a quick reflow with hot air. So I can give the chip a nudge then with hot air. Ow! That's hot. Ball 94. I've actually got a tiny bit of solder ball squeezage there. Tiny bit of solder ball squeezage. Knock knock CPU short. I don't think it's CPU, mate. I still think it's Southbridge. I don't think that's gone on properly. I think that's gone on wrong and that's what's causing it. I think I'm going to have to reboard another one. Fuck it, let's just plug it in. Bang. Nope. Nope. I don't think that chip's gone on properly. Replace that troll bridge, put a real South bridge on. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's gone on properly. To be honest. That's trying to generate 1.8 volts there then. Did anyone see that jump to 1.8 volts for a second? Inject 5 volts. Won't make a difference, mate. I can inject 5 volts, but it won't make a difference. Because it's still not going to have the 3.3 and 1.8 and the 1.1. I could take the safe bridge off and inject 5 volts and it would probably try and turn on. I don't think that chip's gone on properly. I think it's misaligned itself, and I did have a solder ball squeeze out. So I'm going to have to do it again. So I'll do it tomorrow. Um, 5 volt, 5 volt, 5 volt. Five set. I'm actually getting the same current draw there as I was. Yeah. Still same situation. Push down on CPU. It's not going to be that, mate. If it was CPU, it would try and beep and turn off. But yeah, it's not that. Trolls everywhere, yeah. But yeah, the 5 volt rail, it still needs 3 volts and 3.3 and 1.1. 3.3, 1.1 and 1.8. So he's going to beep and then turn off. It's always going to beep and turn off. It's like we should get 5 volt there. Actually, or is it there? Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah. What flux are you using? I've got 2 different types. I've got Kingbo RMA218 or MG Chemicals 8341. Right, well, I'm going to leave it there, guys. It is 4 AM. I'll pick up on this tomorrow. So tomorrow night when I stream, I'll pick up on this. Are you getting the 12 volt to begin with? Yes, mate, yeah. It is putting out 12 volts. There's no short on 12 volt. So I'm getting 12 volts. I'm just not getting I'm just not getting all the rails that were generated by the South Bridge. Unfortunately. But yeah, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you all have a good night. I'm going to go take some painkillers and then I'm going to go to bed. But I'll pick up on this on the next stream. Have a good night, everyone.